I see people that like complain about very specific things in 5e, and it's like I know you don't want to hear it, but those are the exact things that Two Finder Two like fixes on
This is this is just me with Final Fantasy. People keep being like, "Hey, it'd be great if I had like." They don't do enough good story games anymore. Everything's just like, go here, do this, blah blah blah. I want like a game that gives me a good story, like a good lasting story, and I'm just standing there, sitting on my hands so I don't control V the fucking copy paster of Final Fantasy.
Hmm.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I feel that a lot.
The more
The only reason I think about 5e at all is because I hear like a lot of those like Reddit stories of like Nate. Like the most recent one I listened to was like players who had what they thought were OP builds, but just weren't.
Hmm.
Oh, what?
That's
Pathfinder First Edition? Like,
No, for D&D 5e,
I
for
know.
5e.
5e. Yeah, and like, and they started listing things off, and I'm like, I haven't thought about 5e in so long, and they started listing off the class build, and I was like, oh, that trade just doesn't work. That you chose the worst options. Why? What?
Well, you
What?
see, I took the True Strike cantrip so I can be a fighter mage, only one class.
No. There was a build that someone talked about, which was Rune Knight Fighter and uh Berserker Barbarian, the one that when you rage, you become exhausted after it. Yeah, and that build doesn't work for multiple reasons.
Especially
Mo-
because Berserker Barbarian
It
blows.
sucks. Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter
Why
how
would you
cool it
want
is,
to be?
exhausted is awful.
Oh, yeah, it's like, why would you want to do that when like normal barbarian does exactly the same with no exhaustion?
Like, the
Yeah.
best you get is you get one extra attack. If I
Oh
remember
yeah,
right.
and it was like they split the levels to such a way that they did, but they didn't get another attack from fighter either.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. The build was bad. The build was bad, and I was like, oh my, like why, what? There were some other ones too that I was like, that's an interesting idea. It just doesn't work. I'm sorry.
It's
But
a good
yeah,
idea, it
that's the only
just
reason I keep
doesn't
thinking about
work.
5e is these like Reddit stories that people read out and stuff. Um, but yeah, anyway, we're here to talk about a system that I enjoy far more.
Yep.
Hmm. Hey, did you guys see the $80 piece of cardboard I drew?
Yes.
Yep.
No, what?
Mhm.
So,
It's
I
150.
went through and I had to bin like half the things I owned today because I do not have room to keep them. And my mum and my sister was like, "Oh wow, Lynn's moving out. Time to downsize our house." And so are also moving out to somewhere else. But I was looking through and I was looking through some Pokemon card packs I pulled and like just sort of forgot about it, and I saw this card and I thought, you know what, this card was pretty cool. I'm just gonna do like a price check on it just to see how much it's like
80.
worth. And apparently it's
100,
worth like
Damn, that's money.
$180. That
It's
is
money.
money.
What's the specific number of this one?
199.
Okay.
I mean, with proper grading, at least it is.
No, even without proper grading.
Fair.
It would be nice if I still had all of my
Power
Pokemon
199.
cards.
Okay. Yeah, I could buy this for like 62 Let me see the or I could buy this for like 84, 77 euros.
Hmm. Heck yeah.
I'll give you a link to the site I'm looking at.
No, it's okay. I just need to try and find a way on how to actually sell it. The problem is it's all in euros.
Yeah. Maybe there's some English place you can sell it.
Mm.
By the way, we're live.
Oh,
Oh,
hello.
hey. Hello. We're live.
I'm typing a message real quick and then get right to it.
Yep. I
Understand.
jumped it on everybody. I expected people to realize when I sent the at message, but
No, I saw it. Because I was like, there's a fucking red button. I'm gonna get rid of it.
No, wait. You know, I should stop with playing Pokemon right now, both because there's another game about to happen, and I'm not doing a very good job.
I'm streaming, so I can't open up anything else. It'll come through the audio, so I'm stuck.
Yeah.
Unless I were to grab
I
my
know that
Switch.
pain.
As always, thank you very much for doing the streaming, Zero.
I'm thinking, I look to my Switch and I remember the last thing I just played recently, and I'm like, ah, yes, Kirby. Kirby got
Dark
hands.
Souls of Kirby.
Kirby got hands.
I beat the super boss of Kirby Forgotten
Herbert.
Lands.
Correct.
Meh. And the secret boss of Kirby Forgotten Lands got fucking hands, yo.
Yeah.
It's always funny playing a Kirby game because it's like it starts off, all happy, like, Kirby's just off on another adventure. And then it starts becoming some eldritch fucking bullshit from outer space every single time. It's like,
Yep.
are you good, Kirby? Are you like, what's going on here? Why am I delving into fucking H.P. Lovecraft?
I mean,
Kirby's fine, it's everything else that's fucked.
I mean, I think in Kirby games it's canonical that he has like an infinite source of energy.
Kirby is canonically, no, I don't know what he is, but his stomach is like a pocket dimension. His
Kirby's
mouth
Anyway.
is just the entrance to a pocket dimension.
Hmm.
Oh, Shay! Hi, Shay, in chat.
Hi, Shay.
This is the first time you've been around for one of these games.
It's also been a while since we've done one of these
Yeah.
games.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm not surprised. So, redeems aren't normal around here, simply because of...
I'm streaming today, and I don't have those.
Yes. Little monkey is streaming. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Monkey
What?
stream, monkey do.
Monkey.
Hello. How can I help you?
Okay, so, let's get started, shall we?
Let's.
Hey, Howder.
Yeah.
What happened last time?
That's a great question. What did happen last time, Zero?
No, go fuck yourself.
So,
No, I was asking you.
Question.
It's been a couple minutes.
Okay.
I'm allowed to say fuck you.
yeah.
Mooney, aren't you supposed to have 4 spells of 4th rank? Today?
What?
I was looking at your spell slots. Aren't you supposed to have 4th rank spell slots?
Probably.
Let me have a look.
Okay, hold on. Give me a moment.
It's
So
yes.
No, you are.
You left from Angel's Landing, your home. You traveled over to... Loading for me. One moment. Also, Zero, if you want to go over from stream starting soon.
Sorry, I was
Like,
looking at Mooney's sheet, so I didn't want to open it just
Yeah.
yet.
Understandable.
You went from Angel's Landing to Shipton, then down the river through the waterfall, and made it over to the Luminaris. I really need to make a map with Angel's Landing. You made it to the Luminaris, where you met up with the kids again. You met up with Stalianos again, who
Apparently, the Doom box is lost, so that's
yeah,
great.
the Doom block box went missing. She doesn't know where it went, and she can't get any straight answers, so she's investigating that. Aside from that, I don't feel like something else happened, but I don't recall. It's been a
I
moment. I'm so
menaced
sorry.
a orphanage worker.
Right, yes. There is not the co-director, but the sub-director, essentially, of the orphanage is the one who
The
actually
person
takes
in
care of...
charge, because the prime
person in charge.
technically in charge.
Yeah, who was not the greatest, who was very slyly a bad guy the last time. Who was, like, you know if they're a bad guy, but they heavily implied that they were a bad guy when you last met them.
Yeah, Maka, the first time back at the orphanage, Maka went from being a stinky little monkey guy to walking up to the director's office, staring them down for 5 minutes and going, "Just remember what we did to the last one," before handing over, like, a lot of money. Like, a lot of
Oh
money.
you handed over a lot of money, and they went from, like, being formal and professional to, like, oh shit, that's a lot of money.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
damn.
like, just remember, we hunted down and murdered the last guy. And then handed over, like, $5,000 and walked away.
I'm well aware. That's a lot of money.
I love the fact that Maka is such a troll.
And then you were like, and they were like, just, is this for the two kids you're wishing to adopt, or is this for everyone?
It's for everyone. They're gonna
Oh,
show special treatment. I can't.
well, that's a lot of money.
Because I feel like it was like 15
Oh.
platinum or something. Because I was fucking
Yeah, no,
going
it was
off.
it was a lot of fucking money. It was a sack of coins, and I'm pretty sure it was platinum.
Yeah. And then
So-
Maka stood on the second floor just staring at them because he's the specter of death or some shit.
Yeah, right. Y'all went out back and were like hanging out with the kids and like playing with them, and you were like off in the corner, and one kid came over to you and was like, "Yo, robot, yeah, cool," and it's like leaned against the wall with you. And then like you could see from the second story window of her office, like she's like looking out, like, what are y'all doing? Like watching everybody, like, what's going on out there?
And then another important thing happened last session, which you're not allowed to forget.
They fucked.
They're fucked.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what?
No? What?
No. I'm paraphrasing. By that, it means it didn't happen.
Oh,
Nina and
right.
Nina and
Yes,
Maka went
that's
to,
the important thing that happened. Yes.
to the detective agency that they thought was the Phantom Thieves hideout. Maka
Right.
went just so he could like straight up be like, "Hey, why did you help me? Why did you send a thing to my? What are you guys doing?" And Nina was there to do detective work and say go fuck yourself. And we walked in and we talked to the receptionist for a little bit and then was like, "Do you have an appointment? She's actually here, but do you have an appointment?" Nina reached over, wrote their names in upside down. "We do." And she went, Power move. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. She was like, I can't fault
I respect the hustle.
Yeah. It's like, all right, yeah, go on ahead. I
By all
guess.
accounts, I should tell you to go fuck yourself, but that was cool.
So,
So
but
go ahead.
yeah. By all accounts, yeah, I should tell you to leave. But honestly, she
respect
probably
that.
respect. She'd respect the fuck out of that. So I'm gonna let you do it this once.
And we walked in and learned that the great detective Anada is also a monkey. And within a bit of time of
It's
talking
also
with her, yeah, both Nina and Maka independently and at the same time realized, oh, that's God.
Well, Nina first. By 1 second.
Yeah, respectively, independently, basically the same moment went, oh, this is God. Oh, this is hilarious. Well, Maka thought it was hilarious.
This is one of them. And you got a very strong prove to me you're as good as you think you are, and then we'll talk.
In the meantime, stop fucking up my
With
cases.
yeah, stop fucking up my cases.
And Maka, deciding that he wants to be funny, walked over, handed her a little folded piece of paper with a dive doodle inside, and said, "You invited to the Godly Tea Party. Show up or
Yep.
whatever." And then it was it.
Yeah, which I think was the catalyst for the basic feeling of you got of prove you're as good as you think you are, and I might show up.
Notable, Dive came up with a cool name for it. Maka will call it
Yeah.
nothing but the Godly Tea Party.
The Godly Tea Party is cool, but she would have written the Twilight of the Immortals on there.
Yes.
Very
That's such
cool
a
name.
good
Sadly, while
That-
cool, doesn't get the reaction he wants out of the gods.
If we did not have a ROM theme going on with the naming convention, that would have been I would have switched the name of this campaign to Twilight of the Immortals, because that's so
Yeah.
fucking good.
TOI.
Tom.
TOI does not spell Tom, Smarty.
No, Twilight of Immortals. Tom.
Boy.
I see the vision.
Mooney will spend the next couple minutes thinking about how to ROMify it.
That's
I was
Not
already
true.
doing that.
Ellen will spend the next bit trying to ROM it.
I
Oh.
sweat.
Oh yeah, we also introduced Stelianos to Maka. That was funny.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Just meeting characters we've already met with Maka in tow is just looking up. That's a different monkey, is it?
Yeah, that's
Fascinating.
just a different person, I guess.
I swear this kind of makes sense.
You say so.
Although I imagine that Maka will make no such promises.
I'm not here to make sense.
Like, it's like a cocoon and a beetle. Well, except the beetles that just start out as miniature beetles.
You
I think
chose
that depends on
beetles as your
beetle.
metaphor for cocoons instead of anything else?
Okay, okay.
How about
You
a
know.
moth or a butterfly or one of the things that's known to cocoonify?
I don't think
Okay.
beetles cocoon.
Like a fly.
They also don't cocoon.
They cocoon. They start out as maggots, and then they cocoon, and then they become flies.
Yeah. I hate it.
Again, butterflies were right there.
Yeah, but he's not a butterfly.
He's also not a maggot either.
What? He isn't a maggot. He's a fly.
I can
Pretty fly.
I can fly. It doesn't mean I am a fly.
He is pretty fly.
So I have a question. Are the icons on the map right now where everyone is, or where we think?
Where we think they are.
As far as we know.
I have attempted to put all the gods where they either currently are or currently are going.
Mm.
As far as we know, that's where the gods are.
Boogiad is currently actually down here. Holy shit.
That is true.
Boogiad is currently actually down here. But
However, like I said to Boogiad, hey Boogiad, you should be watching us, because this is where all the action's happening. We don't need you to fuck with us any more than we are already fucking with ourselves.
Boogiad is
Hey,
wherever Boogiad wants to be.
It's so funny you say that because they haven't fucked with you. Since she was very, it was demanded that she stopped. So
I also gave all the deities we aren't sure about the conceal condition.
Makes sense.
Are they? Does
We-
that mean they're invisible from us and I can't see their? Oh no, they're invisible.
No. We know Capti's here, but we don't know Dorius is here. We don't know for sure that Dux is here, but we think they're there.
you have strong suspicions.
Where did we put Amira?
You have no idea.
We didn't put Amira. Stangus
in
and
the bottom.
Amira are down here.
Okay.
Yeah, in the bottom right. 'Cause you don't know.
Right,
We
we're
don't
on our
know
way
where
to
they are.
Last Light right now.
We're on our way to Last Light to have a chat with
With
Amira's
Mira.
kid.
Yeah, the daughter of Amira.
Yeah.
We're just gonna have a friendly conversation between cousins.
just-
It'll be
yeah.
fine.
Though I just thought about Amira and I was like, there's a temple to Amira right here in the Luminarias. This temple to all the gods. But like
Yeah.
I could go to the temple and like maybe do some sleuthing.
I've done that
Uh,
before. There's not a whole lot there.
That's fair.
Please add 2 points to the hero pool. Professor Chaos donated 200 bits. Thank you so much, Chaos.
Holy shit, we actually get points?
We actually
Yeah.
get points. It's
We
been
didn't
so
have to
long.
bribe the DM for points? And by bribe, I mean
Thank
give
you.
We
Hannah
didn't have
money?
to.
Literally
We didn't
give
have to
them money.
pay the DM for points.
Holy shit.
That was
Thanks.
so fucking funny when Ellen was like,
I'll give you $5.
And then she like sent over like 15 or some shit.
I'll give you. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, you can go to the Amira's temple real quick. Let me bring up the Luminarius that you're
Do you-
actually in instead of the world.
Do you want Han or Hunt? I'm gonna fuck this up because it's been a minute. Do you want Maka to come
Yeah,
with, or
I'll-
are you going alone?
Maka can come with. I have 2 copies of Leverage Connections. Huh.
Might be just a
I don't know why.
bug.
That's fine. I'll just keep it. Maybe one of them has extra stuff. I'll go to the Hearts District. We were told to get the fuck out of here, and we were satisfied with us being clever and failing to reverse pickpocket the Phantom Thief. But yeah, we walk out of here all smug and assured.
And then we
After
head
having
to the opposite side of the fucking city.
Yeah. Probably catch like a rhino on that way. Is it rhinos that go around the city on?
No, it's like armadillos, I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
armadillos.
nice. Yeah. There's some sort of leathery.
Pangolins.
animal.
It was
Pangolins.
pangolins, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna start at the temple.
All right, you head to Amira's temple.
Dive. Let me figure that out on your sheet. But yeah,
Oh.
we head to Amir's temple.
God has rolled 9. God has rolled 13.
Yeah, Hana, y'all walk up into the temple, and it's the it's the same person that's running the desk. And they are done up in the most beautiful like makeup and hair. They don't look like a priest. They look like a runway model.
Mm.
And there's a couple of people like hanging out, like lounging on fainting couches, wearing what best could be described as like what are they called? I don't. They're wearing slightly revealing just enough to leave some imagination. Outfits, and some of them are like really fancily dressed, but none of these people look like they belong at a church. But they're here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up to like the main desk or whatever.
Well, hello there. How can I help you?
Yeah, I would love to see. Do you have um a text on like how to be a better partner?
Of
Maka in the
course.
background.
Not physically, like not like in
Oh, actual relationship advice.
yeah, actual relationship
Oh, yes.
advice.
I guess we have that too.
Or
Different
should I go to a
department, but
different temple?
No. It should be this temple. It's a different department,
Okay.
but it's still
Yeah.
still the correct. Out of character, almost certainly that would be Capty's domain. But
Hmm.
They don't
as a
know
reminder,
that.
Capty is considered the traitor, right?
Yeah.
So, if Capty was still seen in good light, Capty's location would be where the therapists are, which is not
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 the
a thing,
case.
unfortunately. Here, not the case. They liked
Man, fucked
they-
up that Amira's got the shit that Capty should have, considering.
That is really fucked up.
Yeah, it's almost like they stole from there.
Damn, Capty, you petty. Not Capty, Amira, you petty.
Yeah, they're the god of, as you now know, obsession and passion. Yeah, of course they're fucking petty. You watch as they like pull out a slate and write something on it. And he motions for you to sit down. Like, we'll have someone will be out with you in just a moment. What's Mako doing?
Wait,
he's-
do I need someone to come out? Like, I was looking for a text.
Um, yes, they'll take you into a back the library essentially.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine.
I can't do it because I'm locking the desk. I gotta go get someone for you that. So
Yeah.
they'll be right out.
I'm also looking for some history on the deity. The acts of deeds, the favorite places, where they like to hang out, you know.
I imagine also in text form.
I would prefer if I could borrow or copy, yes.
I will make sure they're aware of that.
Mm-hmm. Though, if I could talk to a historian who was whom I could interview about it, that would be great.
I will ask around and see.
My brother's a scion, by the way.
He's been staring at like a mural of Amira in the background, just quietly
Looks
observing.
looks-
just turns his head, stares back.
this gentleman like looks up, like kind of peeks over the desk and like sees Maka in the distance and goes, "Good for him." Looks
That's
him
a
up
lot
and
more
down.
believable these days.
Looks him up and down.
Just the mental image in my head, Hanu being like, I might be a scion of Mira specifically, who knows? Just looking at the sticky monkey. No.
Like I said, Maka's a lot more believable for that to be the case.
He's got his fucking
As a
little cloud
reminder.
wreath, which in my mind it almost works like a boa. Just like turns. Just like stares. Is not acknowledged more. Turns back to the mural.
As a reminder, a mirror is depicted like this.
Yep.
Oh, you're on. Okay.
Freaky flesh god of eyeballs and pretty people.
The imitation
I-
of beauty.
I went to MD and went, can you make a flesh warp really hot and pretty? And they went, let me try.
Yep.
Non-binary
succeeded.
god of flesh and fun.
Eldritch but hot.
Yeah.
That does seem
Um,
to be MD's specialty. That's mean.
Uh,
I'm not going to do that. MD,
MD's just really talented.
yeah. They work hard. I wish to be
Extremely.
like them someday.
You'll get, yeah. You're really talented too. Let's not pretend. Right. So, yeah, you sit down, Maka. You're like staring at this statue. It is pure marble. And it is painted with pinks and blacks, and the white of the figure is the white of the marble. And you get a sense that the marbling, like weird skin, like the marbling of the stonework is intentional on the skin of a mirror.
Interesting.
Like almost like a mirror is depicted as having like this weird marbling on themselves, almost like veins.
Yeah. We know they have scales.
Did I say scales? What?
No. We know they have weird skin.
Yes, they have weird skin.
Yes. Like all their organs are on the outside.
Okay. Maka, are you just staring at the statue?
Basically, he's just like looking at it. He's like, he knows a lot more now about Amira.
Can I identify, like, basically take a look around the entire room and be like, categorize every single person in here of like what they do, where they come from, what their life is like, why they're here, that kind of stuff.
Nina,
Yeah,
can I profile this whole room?
Yeah.
So, as a reminder, in the Luminaris, prostitution is entirely legal.
Yeah.
And is actually headed by the Shard of Horts.
Ooh.
Huh? What? Oh, well, there are
Regulated.
protections, and it's regulated to protect, people, because otherwise things could go wrong. Though admittedly, there's also like non-Horts related brothels in the Luminaris themselves as well.
In the
Which
Coins
are
District?
Awesome. Yeah, there's one in the Coins District. That is also like regulated in the same, like there are certain rules that have to be followed, things of that nature, so like people can't be taken advantage of.
Good regulation.
And yes, good regulation. Now, admittedly, almost certainly there's someone within the structure of power who is taking advantage of that regulation because that's how corruption works.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, Ellen.
Is okay. This is just probably just a layer issue that was impossible to fix. Is this a floating house or that's on this pillar?
So
Or-
what it is someone has built on this level here an outhang where they've put their
Oh,
house and
yeah.
have a pillar to hold it
Oh,
up.
and a second pillar, yes.
and-
yeah, okay.
Yeah, and there's a second pillar. Notably, that pillar is like practically built into this house here. There's actually a storyline here of this person had to buy the land to do this. And if you notice, the pillar is actually not on the corner. It's because this person that lives here refused to sell. So they had to build the pillar slightly off corner. There's a storyline here.
I love that you think of shit like that, honey.
Well, notably, it is the funny thing is that storyline comes from the fact that there's like weird layering here. So I came up with that story in my head of like explaining it.
I'm sorry. I was like,
no, I saw it too.
Like a floating house, and you were like,
because
it is.
Yeah,
I'm so
it is
glad.
a floating house. yeah. That's exactly what it's meant to look like. Yeah, you got it. So like so Emira is the god of love. It is love and passion. They don't have the context of like actually it's not love, it's obsession. But the church indulges in every kind of passion one can think of, including cardinally, but also like, and in fact, when Mako came by, there's a rage room in the church that you can just go into and just start smashing shit because that's a kind of passion, you know. There's arts of all kinds. And as you like kind of like read the people around this room, a lot of them are artists of some variety. You can see a lot of like paint stains and like the dried remnants of like clay on clothing and fingertips and of that nature. A lot of them are artists, but a lot of the people that are kind of like lounging about almost as if they're in poses to be painted, they are they work in the church, usually in the cardinal section, but not necessarily sex. Some of them are just like, like someone comes in, wants just a really nice date.
Oh.
And they are here to provide. So there's definitely a few people here in the main room, which isn't like the cathedral section. It's like the I don't actually know what they're called. I need to think about it. But it's like the main. It's almost the reception area. There's an actual word for it, but I don't recall. But it's like everything's draped in silks and fineries. This place looks more like a brothel or a like an artist's commune more than a church. Hold on. Same with the really. Yeah. There are indulgences of not so healthy kinds here. I didn't bring up drugs specifically because of this, things, but one can assume. They are like, as you're like waiting, people are kind of like looking at you. You're like assessing them. They're assessing you. They are trying to, like a few of them, especially the ones that are like lounging, that are definitely part of the like cardinal like physical passion section of the church, are like looking at you, and like you can tell they're trying to assess not necessarily why you're here, but what your passion is.
Man, you can't handle my passion.
And you think that some of them might like maybe they get you like this is a person of intellectual pursuits, and then there's some people here that like are like looking at you and they're like, and you can tell they think that you can tell that they think you're really freaky. Whether or not that's true is up to you, but they definitely think that.
What?
Some of them at least.
They think you think you're freaky. They don't think you're freaky.
Oh.
No,
Well, I
no.
meant, like-
some people.
Do they think I'm freaky?
No, I was gonna say.
I point at
There
the
are some-
statue.
Oh no! I mean freaky as in like
Not physically.
not physically, but like in bed.
Yeah.
You know, like
Oh,
in bed.
okay. Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
There's someone here like I bet she's a freak. I bet you she's a freak. And whether or not that's true is up to you. But someone here definitely thinks that by looking at you. And it's like they're like it's always the quiet ones. It's always the intellectual quiet ones. That are the freaks. You know that you know it. And whether or
But they
not it's
don't
up
know
to
her.
you is they don't know. They don't know you. But they're just they're
They're
looking
looking
you
at the
over
wrong
and
one,
taking.
but they don't know.
They're looking you over and like making assumptions. Some of them are right though. Some of them are like this person's passion is intellectual pursuits. Right? They don't know what kind. You might be in it. Sorry, go ahead.
Nina's not
saying-
vanilla because she's queer, which means that she's not vanilla at
Yeah.
all. But I don't
She's
think
not the
she's
freaky one.
super duper freaky. Like,
That's entirely fair. They can just be wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
Sometimes the one that is like sitting there awkwardly is the one that's sitting there awkwardly.
yeah, I mean, there is precedent. It's like sometimes you look at these two like, damn, which one is the freaky one? And sometimes the answer is that.
Waiting for you, waiting to activate your trap card of a hyperfixation.
But you can tell by the way that some of them look at you, they're like, your passion isn't physical pursuits, it's intellectual pursuits. You're like you're some kind of maybe you're an engineer, maybe you're a scientist, maybe you're a detective, maybe you're a scholar, who knows, but you're intellectually minded in your passions.
all of those.
So, yeah. And some of them are looking at Hanu, and Hanu, you recognize one of them.
Maka.
One of them's the person that came up to you before. Sorry, Maka. One of you came up to you before as Hanu and was like, "Are you looking for something?" And now they're like looking you up and down, and you realize after a moment they recognize you.
Oh damn,
You
that's
are the
impressive.
something.
Well, it takes a moment. They're like looking, like it takes a while, but they're eventually like, "Wait a minute." And
Like he looks.
they're
Damn,
looking
he
at
cleans up
you.
good.
You can recognize the clothing. I mean, the biggest give
I've
is
seen
the
the clothing,
golden
yeah.
joint balls.
Uh,
Like, he's a robot. He's very obviously a robot.
They
look at his
recognize your
elbows,
balls.
at the ankle, there's like an action figure, the ball joints. They're just golden ball
they're
joints.
like, wait a minute. It takes a moment. It takes a moment for them to catch on, but they realize it's you. And I don't know if Maka can sense this, but Nina, having you casing like all the people here, you realize that they are thinking in their head, "Damn, he cleans up good."
I mean, they're not wrong.
Look, he had the
Look,
additional amounts of-
they saw the little monkey.
the fact that
Go
he
ahead.
showers now has to do with his mental health.
Yep.
They saw the little freak monkey and went, "I'm into that." And then they saw Maka and went, I knew I was right." But yeah,
It's worth noting from Maka's end because he's doing his new shtick of standing there like the ominous pillar of death and staring at something. And in one hand, he's like moving it around like he's playing with Play-Doh, like he's molding some form of clay. And anyone who takes particular attention to that and has a good enough crafting would know that no, he is not playing with like a white colored clay. He is molding marble like clay in his
Ooh,
palm,
that's fun.
and he's thinking and molding something out of marble.
Yep.
Okay. Someone's gonna read this entirely wrong and come up to you, Maka. Real quick, actually, Nina, are you like, you've been asked to like sit down and wait. Are you sitting down near Maka, or you've like decided to be somewhere else in the room?
I think I'm like, I don't know the seating situation, if there's like a seat near Maka.
Yeah. This place is like, there's like dozens of chairs and couches and fainting lounge spots, like dozens all around the room.
Is there like a perch?
Oh, you want to perch? Yeah, 100% you can perch.
Okay. Nina's gonna climb up onto some ledge and perch there.
Excellent.
You perch there because of all the drapes and the silk like draperies. You'll perch there, hidden amongst the shadows of the silks, like fucking Batman. And they're all aware of you. They saw you do this, and they're like, okay, some people.
Nina's careful not to like rip anything down or anything. She knows she's pretty heavy for her size because of all the tail.
Like, looking, you're like, they're looking at you, and a lot of them are like, the woman wanted to climb. I don't blame her. When you want to do something, you do it. You give in to those desires. Sometimes you look at something and go, I could climb that. Yeah, sometimes you just look at something like, I bet I could do it. And then, Amira goes like, do it. Amira whispers
sometimes the intrusive thoughts win.
So intrusive thoughts are God.
Yeah.
So a woman comes up to you, behind you, and kind of like leans into your peripheral. Have you been inspired?
You could say something like that.
Oh.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. Like, he looks down at his hand where he's been molding this small, like, marble block that he procured. You're unsure where he got this small bit of rock, but he has it, and he's molded it. Being an earth kineticist has only made him weirder.
Yep.
And
Hannah, can I look at the Amira design again?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Go on.
And he opens his hand where he's finished, and I rolled pretty decent, so this is a pretty good looking little thing he's crafted. But he's finished molding it at this point, and it's almost a canine looking silhouette with a like chains around the paws, but the like shackles on the paws, but the chains themselves have been broken.
Excellent.
And it's like a flat, almost like plate-like design. And he looks at it, he looks it over, and he slowly places it on the lip of where the statue is sitting.
Oof.
And as he places it down, looks up, smirks ever so gently, and then he's molding something else in his hand.
It's so funny how no one knows how fucking heretical that is.
It's a doggy. It's a doggy.
Oh. They
And
like
it's a
this
little
one
pupper.
like she like looks at it and is like, oh wow, that's she like looks between you and like, you just did that. That's very impressive. What are you doing now?
Oh, just one more.
Are you sure you don't want a full block? We can get you a full block.
Oh, I could have one if I wanted it. Don't worry.
No, I mean full. He gestures towards the statue, which is like like 10 feet tall, a full block.
No, I'm okay for now. Even better. He doesn't have a full design for this, but it is...
You should make one of Dive.
No, that's not as stinging, because you're just a silly little girl. She's a silly little bat. That's not as stinging as the two I'm making right now. It's another silhouetted thing. This time it's the shape of a person-ish, though there's enough jagged bits that it's hard to tell fully. And
As in shaped.
the face, though, while it's mainly a silhouette, there is a face where the eyes are closed and like the arms are pulled together in the front. Like over the chest, but like opened at a circle just above, where inside the circle their hands are making is a heart with a crack running down it. And the more striking part is the neck that has been severed, where the head is just floating above the torso. And he
What is this in reference to?
Okay.
Arnaxi.
Oh.
Though he doesn't say that. He simply places it down again. You have to wonder if the gods will hear our prayers still. How much do they pay attention? He says, knowing they don't hear them.
A mirror pays attention to the most passionate of us.
That's what I'm hoping.
Good.
The most sinister thing he could say, taken the wrong way.
Oh yeah. Hunter, they have no idea. You do know, you can tell that this statue is way newer than the one in the courtyard of the banners.
Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ, what the fuck's going on with Dive?
That's the Aeon Stone.
So I just like looked over, there was just circles of colors around her, and I'm like, what the fuck's
I mean,
happening?
honestly, would you put it past Dive to just have an orbit?
No, I just was confused because
I wouldn't.
What happened?
You know what'd be funny though? Actually, I would love the idea of you buy just a bunch of like Aeon stones just to have them orbit you. Like they don't do anything; they just orbit you just to have them.
Oh, it's so funny. Because I will never seen Stellianos. I think it's very funny if Stellianos just walks in to her like office and Dive is sitting on the desk, but like, hey Stella, watch this. She just places an Aeon Stone in midair and it starts just floating there and orbiting around.
I mean, it's better when put in a wayfinder, but that's the thing you can. God, Hatter, you're rolling like ass today.
You did put it in a wayfinder, right?
I did put it in my wayfinder.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it in character, like on the sheet.
You just invest in both, and then you remember that it allows you to cast Translate as an coordinate spell once per day.
That's a good point. I should probably add that to my character sheet, huh?
Well, it is on your character sheet. It's just in the thing. But yeah, you can add a coordinate spell and add Translate to that. I think Nina sees Maka do this, and Nina's gonna crawl down along the wall and onto the statue. Is the statue in the middle of the room, or is it against a wall?
It's up against a wall. When you like first walk into the main thing, I'm gonna say the statue's on the left. And on the right side across from it is a like giant, like this statue's like nearly 10 feet tall, and there's a painting just as tall of Mira. Yeah.
Nina's gonna climb onto the statue and reach like her hand into the hole that would be just above a human's heart, and like poke around in there, see if they modeled anything inside the chest cavity.
So the statue's solid.
Yeah.
There's no
I'm
hole.
gonna play
So,
hopscotch.
I mean,
hole.
there is a hole. Amira has a hole.
Yes, Amira does.
Right. So what's gonna happen?
The statue would also have a hole, but that wouldn't be they wouldn't have modeled the chest cavity.
It's not. Yeah, there's no chest cavity. It's not that deep.
Oh, okay. I thought this went all the way through.
No.
As fun as that would be.
That seems like what it is that was drawn here.
Yeah, that's what's drawn for the real person, Ellen.
That's fair.
That's
fair.
a drawing of the actual god Amira, not the statue of Amira.
Yeah. That's fair.
I'm gonna say while there is like a significant divot in the statue, there isn't a hole there, and that's also how they are all depicted as well. As there is a divot, but it's not a all the way through hole.
Oh, I thought that was appropriate. No, I thought that was on purpose. That there
I
would
mean,
be
it
a
is
hole
aesthetically appropriate.
where the heart would be.
It would be. The problem I'm having is that that's such a distinct and unique feature that it would instantly reveal where Amira is. Right? Because if
Oh, you
I'm
see
not
that
saying
person with a hole in their chest?
a chest, that's definitely a mirror, right? That's such a distinct. I know a mirror is a very distinct person, right? But
They're a
mirror
flesh warp.
is
They can simply
Yeah.
not do that, is the thing.
yeah, but a mirror is supposed to be the spitting image of a mirror. But even a hole directly through their body like that is such a unique thing, even for flesh warps, that it's super obvious, right? So I'm gonna say no. It's just a divot. There's a hole there, but it doesn't go all the way through.
Damn it. Okay. Then
Hole deep enough that you should be able to see their heart in their chest, but it's not there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, Nina doesn't do that then. He was like, you should maybe plug that in or something, but no.
Nina going in a thing to criticize them, and then God being like, no.
I mean, you climb on a statue and everyone's eyebrows raised what?
Nina would
Okay.
only climb the statue to reach for the hole, but there's no hole.
Okay.
Nina does not do a Maka xenomorph crawl in this instance.
Not at the moment.
Wait,
at
no.
least.
Honestly, the way that I imagine Nina climbs is more like a slithering snake, just around the statue, more than a xenomorph. I could just see her tail trailing behind her, like a snake, you know?
Oh. Maka looks at the statue and the little things he made, and his eyes drift to the person next to him. And in his mind, to Arnaxi, they offered me a marble the size of this statue. To think they offered that without knowing how heretical what I had just done is. If I had crafted a statue of you or Capti to be placed next to Amira, how big of a bitch move that would be. And they'd let me get away with it.
They probably wouldn't put the statue next to Amira, but they would probably have that statue here somewhere.
Yeah, and he's just in his mind to Arnaxi that would be the biggest fuck you in the world, and it's tempting. Oh, it's tempting.
Mr. Monet, I'm not sure why, but I get the distinct sensation I should tell you to do it.
Like, Maka could hear that moment of, like, him deciding whether or not he agrees with this.
He's not sure why, but something deep in his soul says, fuck Amira.
Oh, okay. So he's just as petty.
But not fucking
Oh,
Mira.
yeah. He doesn't know why deep in his soul he has that, but he does, and he's like, I don't
we
know why.
what happened. Like, we've
Oh,
learned
yeah.
this.
He doesn't remember, though.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you should do that, but if you did, here's exact blueprints on how to do it.
I
easier.
will hold off on this heresy for now. Because I will be beheaded if that is figured out, and I'm not looking for that.
Anymore.
Maybe later. Maybe after we meet Amira in person, I'll do it. Because it'll be fun.
Nina, as
then.
you come down, this woman comes on and goes, you're looking for books, yes?
Yes.
Ah, she was for you, but she saw me on the way. Got it.
Are you related? Points to the two of you.
Why?
We were manufactured
Simple question.
in the same... We were manufactured in the same...
Yeah, we're related. Shut up.
He smiles at you. He did it to fuck with you this time.
Maka successfully irritates Nina into not being obtuse for no reason.
Hey, look, a real number. Good job, God.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah. She looks between the two of you, and you can tell she's immediately assessing the both of you, but not in the same way that the other people in this room were. There's something in the way that she's looking at the two of you, where it's clear something about that little interaction just inspired her to do something.
Hada, you would like, oh, Amira doesn't have a hole in their chest. Because you put Amira in this room, and it would be obvious if any people here had a hole in their chest.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's exactly why. Yes, because no matter I could disguise someone up as a mirror as much as I want, but the moment you poke them in the chest, I'm like, is there a hole in your chest? That's a mirror.
Look,
That's
we
so
can't. Ellen, it would be insane for us to meet two gods in the same day.
No, it's God Island.
No, that would be
actually,
fucking
the funny
ludicrous.
thing is, you were actually funnily told, you were told that almost no one likes the Luminaries because it all reminds them of the war they lost everyone in. The war against the light. So no, they don't like to hang out here.
But Amira...
Which makes Potentia a freak.
Amira is like, ooh, they're worshipping me. Mine.
No, here's my counterpoint to thinking this is Amira. Amira would know what those two things I just made were.
Oh yeah,
and
definitely.
would have fucking smited me.
No.
If she still had the ability to smite.
She
She
looks
does.
between the two of you,
They do.
and there's this there's a look in her eyes as she's this interaction. She immediately says is siblings, and then there's that moment in her eyes of ideas. Ideas. And she's running through a dozen ideas at once in her head based off of what you two just did.
I gotta imagine that this Nina does not like being on the receiving end of this.
She looks at the two of you and then looks at you, Nina, and she's not assessing you like you did to other people. She's more of trying to take you in, more of like looking at all of you and seeing taking you in, almost as if she were to describe you in full to someone else. She's trying to take you all in, and then says, "I'm sorry. You books. You were looking for books? Yes."
Hey, Ellen, do you want to do a sense motive with me?
Yes, but I also want to do another thing. Yes, I was looking for books. Let's sense motive first, but I want to do biographical eye.
Ah, fair.
Yep, that's what I thought you wanted to do. Yeah. Perception.
She does that,
Um,
and there's a moment as she's getting back into focus where both of the monkeys look at her and just narrow their eyes.
Squint.
Okay. And a perception check from Nina. And then what do you have to roll for biographical eye? Is it also perception?
I think it's society.
It's society? Alright, yeah. Alright, Nina, perception check and then a society check.
Sorry, I'm coming over with a case name.
Fair.
Ah. Yeah, I mean, you don't need a case name. This is your case. That's fine.
Okay, there we go. Those are my investigations coming into this place.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do a sense motive.
I love that second one as like the name of like a Sherlock Holmes book or something, like relationship advice or sinister plots.
Where did you post these?
In her
So if you
Nina's
go to character
investigations and
notes
character
in the
notes.
threads, Nina's investigations.
Ah, I see. It didn't ding for me for some reason.
It's because you haven't typed in there, so it doesn't treat you as someone in the thread.
Yeah,
Ah, I see.
you can type in there, be like,
You literally just put a period and it will treat you as in there.
put a heart in there. Okay.
Can you link? Not link, but can you like? Here's the thread because I can't. Oh, never mind. Found it.
Okay.
Jump to present.
There you go.
There you go.
Ah,
I'm
okay.
surprised you were never in
Um,
here. Alan's been putting this in here for a while.
The second one is
The,
investigating this particular temple.
So, both of you rolled. She's not inherently trying to be like, I know secrets and I'm going to get you. She's not inherently sinister, but she is doing something and is like trying to take both, like Nina, she like takes all of you in as if she was to try to describe you in full to someone. And like, you can tell she's doing the same with Maka as she's having a conversation with you, but is like trying to like glance over at Maka to like grab a detail and then back to the conversation she's having to you. She is in fact right-handed.
That was a joke on sinister, which literally means left-handed. And yes, that is prejudiced,
Yes.
but you know, 1,000 years of history.
You
Fuck me, I guess.
brain. Yeah, so it's not sinister, and she's trying to hide what she's doing, but she's not doing very good at it.
Yeah, that's fair.
She's nosy,
and
not
in fact,
subtle.
yeah, she's nosy, not subtle, and in fact, she thinks you might get upset if you knew what she was trying to do. But it's not sinister.
Mhm.
Okay.
She's trying to make
Nina,
fucking body
roll me a
pillows?
society
What
check.
the fuck you doing?
Yeah.
I had to take a guess. She might be
bum.
trying to tell if you're a scion too. Huh?
Okay, you want to re-roll that.
Yeah, I have a hero point.
Everyone get a hero point. It's been an hour.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
There we
win
go.
By doing nothing.
Okay, so Nina, you look over
Yeah.
this woman. She's well done. Her hair is nicely made up. She's got makeup on, but there's a like. It's also clear. No, she has flats actually. it's clear that she like did all this before coming out here. It's new, it's fresh, but you can see like the little strands of hair that aren't quite in the right place because she was too much of a hurry. The like bags under her eyes of the long long nights without breaks. The stain of coffee on her teeth to keep her up at night. And the ink stains that are on the sleeves of her wrists, both old and new. This person's a writer.
Ooh.
What?
She's a writer.
Mm-hmm.
Who lives in the Lumen-Iris. And in fact, you think she spends most of her time here at the church? This church in particular? She doesn't live at this church, but she spends a lot of time at this church. She might work here, actually. But she is a writer of some kind.
You are going to get fictionalized and or reported on.
He's gonna write some amazing fan fiction about you.
Awesome.
Oh god. I was thinking, yeah, what if she's like a novel writer? But then I was thinking, oh god, what if she's a fanfic writer?
As a fanfic
Okay,
writer,
novels,
yeah,
yes.
that's about the level of respect we deserve.
Reminder,
what's
some of
her
the greatest novels are
specialty?
fan fiction.
What's
a
a specialty?
Is that something you're asking, or is that something that the thing gives you?
Biographical eye gives me quite a bit of information.
Yeah, I'm told. Great. Social, societal role. So she does work for the church in some capacity. Considering that she's coming to talk to you as a you wanted to know about books, she might be the librarian or the text keeper for the church. She lives in the Hearts District. You can tell. Her flats are well worn, but well worn by age, not by distance traveled.
Okay. Good shoes. Or are they bad shoes?
They're the kind of shoes that they were good a while back, but they've broken in and are super comfortable now. But could be a non-frugal person could start to say that they need new shoes soon.
Okay, that makes sense.
I love how specific you get.
Because if you're a really frugal person, you'll wear those shoes until the fucking soles come off, right?
Yeah.
But if you're not frugal, if you have money to spend, you'll be like, yeah, they're getting kind of thin. I might need some new shoes soon, right?
But if you are poor, if you're rich, you get shoes less often and wear them longer than a poor person who get bad shoes that wear more.
That's also true. So in the grand scheme of things, you can tell by the way that she's dressed that she doesn't spend a lot of money on herself.
Mm-hmm.
But she does keep up appearances as she is part of the Church of Amira.
Mm-hmm.
But you can tell that she only kept up appearances and coming out here. She clearly didn't have some of this makeup on, and her hair wasn't completely done up. When she was in the back of the texts, right?
Yeah.
She only did that when she was called on. So she's not here in the beauty, carnal desire kind of section of Amira.
No.
Her pursuits and her passions seem to be more intellectual. And looking at her, she's a writer of some kind. Almost certainly her passion is writing. And she uses the long hours of the library of texts for the Amira that most people don't use because they're here for other reasons. Gives her plenty of time to write her stories.
Mm-hmm.
Whether
fiction writer.
Well, you don't know if they're fiction or non-fiction. There's a good chance it is fiction, though. All things considered.
Writer.
She doesn't a narrative writer. She doesn't strike you as a researcher. She doesn't strike you as the kind of person that looks up historical texts or
Okay.
like the modern day goings on and writes about those.
Yeah.
So it is quite possible a fiction writer of some kind.
So
and
did I get a failure or a success?
you gotta hold on. You got a success.
Okay.
Profession is specialty within that.
specialty.
So profession is she works in the texts of the Heart's Church, but she uses that to write her stories.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes
and
sense.
and
Sorry.
her passion is her stories.
Yeah.
She lives in the Hearts District.
Mhm.
And
I bet she
mean-
writes historical fiction.
That's not out of the question.
That's entirely
Like
plausible.
people need their Amira, like stories from the life of Amira, like porn fiction, you know.
I mean, yeah, that's entirely fair. And like the way that she's looking you and Maka up and down, she's clearly categorizing you and Maka as a way to describe you in the book and whatever she's writing, right?
Yeah.
Your interaction to each other was immediately siblings, and the way you interacted was like idea, oh wait, idea, and then she started like going into her own head of like I could do this and this and this and this and this, and like was immediately like I need to grab everything I can about these two immediately, and so she took you in having that conversation and is like glancing at Maka to take in Maka and like be able to describe the two of you in text. So not sinister by any means, but like depending on who you ask, that might not be so nice. It might be very upsetting that someone's gonna write about you in a book that you have no idea what's it about. So like
It could be.
She's
incest.
I
was gonna say it.
Want to mention that if she had met us a couple months ago, the nearly similar scene would have played out, but instead it would have been you two siblings, Hanu, yeah, Nina still going, what do you ask?
And that would have been a totally different relationship. Before, that would be like, yes, I'm related to her, and Nina being like, what do you ask? And she'd be like, I see. One of you is really tired. And now this one is, you're very confrontational, like to fuck with each other. I like this dynamic.
Very little has changed. It's just, you know.
Maka is much more mentally stable now.
Yeah.
To not being Hanu.
Yeah.
It's gone from being done with your shit to being done with your shit, but it's still funny.
I think Nina's just gonna be like, yeah, cool. I'm gonna talk with this person. Yeah, as long as we head towards the books.
Yeah, she asked that you're looking for texts. You tell her so. She's like, all right, go follow me. Does Maka follow or
no? This Nina's thing.
They get 10 feet away from you, and then she like turns like, I'm sorry, are you not also coming?
Maka, come along.
His eyes drift back, like he moved, like he watched them walk away. His eyes drifted back towards the things he made, and internally, like he was about to be like, I really could make something fucked up, and then he hears them, and his eyes drift back over, and he's like, I suppose so. Lead the way. And he's just casually using his staff as a walking stick, begins following.
Wonderful. As you come up, you can tell she's looking at your braids.
Yeah, they're not as long as they used to be, but you know.
Yeah. She leads you to a section of the church, kind of buried deep. You definitely go down a floor or two. You get the sense that this is not she leads you. There's the main path everyone follows, and she's clearly taking you down the path that no one really goes down. And she's clearly very comfortable walking down these paths. And you can tell normally if you were walking down the main stairway and going down the main hallways, you'd be able to hear and kind of detect like where everything is like. Oh, this room is the like the Jackson Pollock artists, and this is the Rage room. You know, you can kind of tell just by like how far you go down. But she's taking you off down a side path that is far less traveled, and eventually leads you to a room that is still beautifully decorated, but it's also clear that it hasn't been like redecorated in some time. Shelves of books, deep dark oak shelves. The room is how best to describe this? It is a decently sized room for a library, but it is cramped because there are just so many books and texts here. And you can tell that there's more books here than there is space available on the shelves. There's a lot of like stacked up, and it's also piles of them. It's also clear like there's this like, you know, when you put up a shelf of books and there's a space between the top of those books and the next shelf, books are like tucked into those locations. And you can tell by like trying to glance over them, they are still like roughly like categorized by subject matter. Even the piles that are like in front of and on the very tops of the shelves are like still categorized by topic, but the space is kind of overfilling. Because every book, unfortunately, the thing is, people can be passionate about just about everything. And thus this library needs to have books on all those kinds of things. Unfortunately, most people don't like they don't go for the text. They go for the in-person teachings or the hands-on approach rather than reading it. So this room clearly has been like, we have to have this room, but we're not bothering with this room. We hired this person to take care of it, and that's her job. And it's well taken care of. It's clean, and it's a little cramped, but it's not messy. There is a couple of desks around for like individual people to sit down and like be able to read by themselves, and there's also like one big table that could fit about 6 people at very easily, and more if you got like really squished up. But all of those surfaces are also covered in books. And she makes a point of like, as she's walking with you, she asks whether or not like you want personal, like she's trying to like figure out whether or not you would like a single desk for yourself or the whole table before she even walks into the room.
Probably the whole table.
No table, cool. The moment she walks in, she starts clearing the table, but she's also very delicate about like, this pile goes here, and this pile goes here, and this pile goes here, and this pile, you know, moving them so they're out of your way and like off the table, but still in the correct spots. You can also tell there's like a single back room. Almost certainly that's where she stays in her like quote office. And she says, so you wanted books on relationship advice and historical texts on Emira themselves, correct?
Yes. I, in particular, relationship advice. It's simply like the best that you have. Yeah. But as for the historical texts, especially the oldest sources and apocrypha.
For the stories of Emira, not the relationship advice.
For the stories of Emira, for relationship advice, I'm just looking for the best you can recommend.
She does this thing when she's like waiting for a question to be answered, where she like puts the tips of her fingers together, and when like she's thinking as you're like saying stuff, she'll like tap some of the fingers together, and like the more thought she's having at a time, the faster she taps. So she starts, as you're like explaining what she what you want, she starts, her fingers start tapping, and she starts thinking, and she like starts to back up into the room, like she's like assessing where in the room she is, and she starts pulling books off, like this book and this book, and then she starts like rapidly pulling down books, like, oh yeah, and this one and this one and oh this one will probably be really good. And she starts like grabbing. She has like 30 books in hand in less than a minute, and she like is surprisingly strong. She's like hoisting all of these books in like her two-handed. She's perfectly fine. The only reason she couldn't carry more is she just doesn't have the space. But she kind of like twaddles over to the desk, to the big table, and like sets them down for you. Relationship advice. And she like looks around the room. She's lost. She goes further into the room, and you can see her kind of like figuring out where to go in this room and like what to give you. But eventually she does come back with a couple of books. Clearly she has a preferred taste of books which are not relationship advice. But she does hand them off, and she looks at Maka and was like, is there anything that might interest you?
He considers.
Micah, do you have a copying spell? Oh, am I allowed to copy a writing?
Oh yeah, we would prefer it actually, yes.
Okay,
I
thank
do
you.
not
Please
have
do.
a copying spell, no.
Ah, damn it.
You should have asked that a couple days ago, and I would have maybe been able to.
Okay, well.
What would you like copied?
I don't know yet. I'll have a look through first, but
I cannot copy, nor do I have spells, but I do have a thing in the back that can do about half a book a day.
okay, that's pretty useful. Can it do sections of books?
Yes, I just have to like start. I have to physically change it to do that. But
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
His mind, Maka, who has been kind of placid, hears that, and his brain immediately goes. He doesn't change his face. He just in his head he's like, so it's a type of machine that's like using highlighted. But he basically in his head assigns what he believes the thing is, and is like, I could make something like that.
I believe legitimately in Pathfinder there is an item that is like, you put a blank book on one side, a full book on the other, and essentially the machine itself casts Mage Hand, but specifically only copies passages from the book over, and it takes like, it can do like 10 or 20 pages a day doing that or something like that, something along
It's
those
the
lines.
magical photocopier.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
It's a little bit more interesting than that, because it's literally like a pen that's moving, but like...
I mean, it is literally the machine that, like, the layout that people would do, like, actually for real when they were copying books, but it's powered by Mage Hand. So you don't have to be doing it, you don't have to be the one doing it yourself, you know?
Makes sense.
Is there any books of Amira's children?
Yes, several. And she goes off and, like, starts, like, talking to you within the stacks. It was like, just general listings or specific, like, stories and myths, pertaining to them.
Little bit of A, little bit of B.
She pulls out a few and points out that some of the books that she pulled out for Nina also include these things.
As he's like doing these, like, this actually brings up, as he's like watching her eyes darting along with her path. Actually, have you heard that rumor that in Last Light there's someone who's a spitting image of the God of Hearts?
Oh yes. It's all over. People are talking about it so much. It's ridiculous.
God, guys, I just fucking remembered the fashion trend we started at Last Light.
I did.
Right.
Oh, I haven't. I haven't forgotten it all. Oh, there's things. There's
Hatter
gonna
has
be things
notes.
when you show up. I have notes.
Motherfucker's got charts.
Oh my god, I love Adventure Sheet. It's one of my better ideas.
Adventure. I have things. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
Do you have a take on this individual? Any opinions on them?
I've heard that they are a great playwright. But to be honest, I think it's kind of silly that they do the same play 4 times a year with slight variations for the last I don't know how long. It's been a little silly to me.
Yeah.
But to each their
Have
own,
you
I suppose.
ever ventured to watch it? I wonder.
Oh no, I've never left the Luminaris.
Interesting.
Would you like to?
No, he doesn't say that. He's poking. He's like getting little bits of info. Like Nina.
have you ever seen Heresy against oh my god, brain.
Have you ever heard the
Sorry, the
sound?
joke's gone.
With a ball goes
Sorry,
through a
hon.
window.
Yeah,
No.
that's the joke I was trying to make. Would you like to?
I like. I'm seeing it now. The difference between Nina and Maka. Nina, when she wants to know about someone, will get literally everything about them, with all the work she can possibly get her hands on. And Maka sits there with a stick, poking at an ant, like, do a trick, show me what you have. Just
Tell
like,
me your secrets.
he pokes. He's like little bits of information. He studies people. He's not good at people, but he's like, show me your secrets, little one. Poke, poke, poke. If I poke you with a stick the right way, you do something funny.
Are you poking me?
No.
Just
Okay.
people in general.
Yeah.
He already
He
knows
has.
everything you could want
He-
to about you.
He has done that, actually. He's done that recently. He has poked you with the stick. It was his new thing. He's like, learning about people is fascinating. I don't, like, care about them, but I'm interested, you know?
He's such a
Okay.
dick. I love him.
Yeah. If I poke you enough, eventually you have a reaction, and that reaction is very interesting.
I have a question, Hannah.
Yes.
Can Nina have bought a formula on the way for a level 1 uncommon alchemical item?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, I know what you're getting to. That's a good one.
Yeah, Book Thief Brew.
Yeah.
Now, how serious is the thief part of that?
It just copies the text mirrored. That's it. Nothing else.
That's clever.
Yeah,
I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Alright then.
Okay, so that's 1 GP. That's good.
Maka is asking for these books. 1, to placate the woman, because if he doesn't, he knows she's just going to sit there and stare at him. And he's like, that's not going to do. And also because he's like, I wonder what people know about Mira and and Vaxarn.
Yeah, that's curious.
Yeah.
Which he suspects jack shit. He suspects him
Yeah.
to know jack shit.
No matter what, the answer will be interesting.
Nina, Surge, what are you doing over there?
I'm trying something I want to see. Uh-oh. Interesting. Oh, no.
You know that Nanite Surge makes you glow, right?
But it gives me a +2 boner.
It makes you
But you
glow with
glow.
a 10-foot emanation of dim light.
Yeah, but I'm already glowing with a 10-foot emanation of dim light.
Just be aware that
That's
would generally cause problems for stealth checks.
Oh, sorry,
Double
a
light.
20-foot emanation of dim light.
I'm just hearing Elon singing Bluff, Bluff, Bluff the Stupid Ogre.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, honey.
Alrighty. So,
playlist actually.
So you she says, if you need anything, feel free to ask. It's literally my job.
Thank you.
And she heads off to the one other door in this room. She leaves it open. You can tell just by just glancing in, it's clearly like an office of hers. It is just as cramped and like full of stuff as it is in here, though there's a desk, books, quills, writing, and let's see how quietly she does this. Decently quiet, but you all notice
Probably
it. She's
not-
not. She's like a level.
Probably not enough.
She's like a level 3
stamina.
or 4 character.
Okay, even I with
Yeah.
well, I have 6 years, but my dog shit perception can see it.
You probably noticed. Yeah. She's trying to be quiet about it, but it's clear that she's like moving a chair against her on her desk. Not on her desk. She's moving her chair so that she can like easily like lean out and like see into the library at the two of you, while she's still at her desk. But like
That's
she has to
fine.
like move it around a bit, and she's trying to be real quiet about it. And she's okay with it, but you can tell what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Tanaka continuing to be kind of an ass. Whenever he hears the chair lean back, his eyes drift up and makes direct eye contact until she stops looking at him.
She like leans over one time and then like looks over and sees you looking dead at her, and she kind of like and like very quickly like, oh shit, was spotted. And then like it's like probably a good like 4 or 5 minutes later, she's like finally like starts leaning again. She's being real quiet about it, but like you like look up at her again, and she like stops and is like almost like a deer in headlights, like I've been caught again. And then she's kind of like, it's close. She's waiting to see what you do about it.
Nothing. He does not. He just looks. He's just staring.
Maka's
Well,
You can tell she's writing something as she's looking at you.
Nina is looking through these books to see, hey, is the relationship advice any good?
The first
So-
passage you read: if someone fucks with you in your relationship, you should chain them to a frozen ice pillar and torment them for eternity
No,
because they
no.
they fucked with your boo.
So like there is some like odd relationship advice on occasion, and you're like, I don't know, and you keep reading like different books, and it's like, these two pieces of advice, like in context seem correct, but when like you mentally like are putting them to practice on how they might work, actually conflict.
Yeah.
But so like it is like what they think is good advice. It is legitimate like good advice. Though problem is relationship advice is not an exact science. It is different for each person. But there are several books that are like, use this book as a guide, not as a direct answer, because every relationship is different.
Yeah.
I cannot out of character say what the advice says, but there is good
No.
advice.
Okay.
A lot of it does break down to be
Communicate, damn it.
communicate, being open with each other. I'm trying to think of other things of
Think
like
of what
good
you want
advice.
to say, then say it.
But it does have good advice.
We don't have to give the advice. We just have to say that Nina has the.
Yeah. Yeah, you have it. You have it. You have it.
Okay.
You have it.
Nina's gonna think about what books to ask if she can borrow, but put those aside. When she's found something that she thinks might be good.
You do find one that is clearly like written by a sociopath, and you're like, this one's a bad one. This is a bad one. And in fact, there's like a little note on the like a little folded piece of paper on the book that says like, this book here is for posterity. Posterity.
Posterity.
Do not take anything in this book as advice.
Oh,
Nina
strange.
also
This was written
hands-
by a mirror. How weird.
Who the fuck is Andrew Tate?
Nina also
Damn, Eli,
hands
your jokes
you.
are funnier than mine. Good job.
Nina also hands you relationship advice books that she's found over to Maka. I was like, hey, can you like select the best of these, the best few of these? Maybe we can borrow them. I don't know.
The relationship advice ones?
Yeah.
He like looks at you. Like he has been in the staring contest for a couple minutes now. And one of his like 6 ears perks, and he like looks away from the woman finally. And turns to you and is like, "You're aware that I'm no better at this than you are, yes?"
Yeah, bro, but like I can't go to fucking Eshe. You know she's never been in a relationship
Fair enough.
that lasted.
That one felt personal. There was no need. It was. That was
I
a deal.
appreciate the defense.
She said it herself.
I'll leave that up to your
I wouldn't-
interpretation.
Also, she hates me.
Only a little.
Anyway. And Percival, look, I ask Percival anytime.
This is true. Though, he considers, I'm not certain if Percival has ever mentioned anything of the sort. I do not know if that is a thing that the little man thinks of.
I've already asked Dive, and
cannot
Dive would
ask
just
Dive.
get annoyed if I ask her more. Yes. So, yeah, okay. I'm going to move on to the historical texts. Nina's going to read through the historical text and pay attention to how old they are and how accurate they seem to the actual truth.
So,
Do you want me to roll about this?
sure.
Maybe I should have brought Dive along with this. Society or mirror lore?
A mirror lore.
Okay. Well, this is an appropriate thing.
It's a mirror lore because normally it would be religion.
Yeah. Okay. This asshole lore. So throughout the tales and the mythologies and the stories of Amira, Amira is fickle,
Mhm.
just like love.
Mhm.
One story they are a doting parent, and in another they abandon their child.
Uh-huh.
They in one
No.
they are. Sorry, what?
Which you know for a fact is accurate.
In one they they put a potential partner for one of their worshippers through so many tests that it eventually kills them, but in doing so proves that the love was real.
Yeah.
But does nothing about it. Like, doesn't bring them back. It's just like, oh, yeah, no, they really did love you. Bye.
Something that wasn't necessary to prove in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. They're fickle. They're fickle, both in like reading it as a god, right, and have the way that they're written. They are the embodiment of love. They are fickle and in everyone's lives. But like, it comes in many forms. But as you look through them and see like obsession, like they're the god of obsession, you can see the little tales, the little kernel of truths that are still in there about who they actually are. and they are a obsessive and petty god.
Yeah.
They do not take slights well. Even ones that are correct, ultimately, they are real asshole about it.
Yeah.
But there are like good stories. But you can easily chalk them up to either like that's how they're now interpreted, or in a fashion, obsession can look nice.
Yeah.
From an outside view, things can look nice. Obsession can look good, you know? So, they are exactly what you think they are. They're fickle, and flighty, and kind of impulsive.
And a bitch.
And a bitch! Yeah.
Do
sorry,
I
continue.
find primaries, like secondary sources, or is it mostly tertiary and etc. sources? Do I find like apocrypha?
Always known in. These are like stories that have been written down by, so like some of these older ones are like, these are the stories I heard told to me by a priest in this location. I've written it down for like you see their name around a lot. They seem to have been the person that went like almost like a Homer-esque situation where they went around and like got all the verbal tellings of the story and wrote it down in one singular place.
Yeah.
And a lot of these older ones are kind of like I heard that this story was told to me by this preacher in this town on this location.
Yeah.
And is written as it was told. So there's a lot of also like conflicting stories, because that's what
Naturally.
happens. But that's not all of them. There are some that are like, oh, this one seems to be a couple like 100 years older, and it seems to be a slight not a slight retelling, but like a recontextualization of another one. But it's yeah.
Yeah. What seem to be the people or places that Amira cares most about?
So, fickleness, but you can see the obsession. Amira seems to attach themselves to seemingly sometimes very random things, or places, or people. And sometimes they're like, their obsession lasts for as long as the story lasts. Like, however long that took. Maybe days, weeks, months. And then there's others that like, yeah, they were the one of the parents for a king, and they were doted on by Amira for their entire life.
Yeah.
Like 50 plus years. So
Yeah.
like it seems almost random, both in what they become obsessed with and how long they become obsessed for.
Okay.
You do get a sense though.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think I found my least favorite Pibbling.
You do get a sense though that these are probably curated.
Yeah.
The truly like dark, dank secret shit of Amira is not gonna be here. It's probably gonna be in like a secret chamber, so a couple floors down, that like the head priest knows about, and like doesn't go in to, right? So like, this is the general public information. There might be some more like deep cuts somewhere else.
Hey, Maka. Hey, Maka.
What's up?
Do you have like a way to like sense through the earth, like stomp your foot on the ground and sense the entire building's layout? Like, I could do the work, but it would take a while. I know you have earth powers.
Couldn't
Technically
Marco already do that
speaking,
from like the metal veins in the building, or around the place?
I didn't hear what you said, Mooney.
Couldn't Marco already do that because of like the metal veins around the place?
that the metal
Uh,
veins are in the big mountain, not the.
Yeah.
Oh right.
And as well, he thinks that's not technically a thing I have capabilities for at the moment. I don't have a spell, nor did I. I make sand hands. He does jazz hands.
Okay. Well, that is unfortunate. I guess I'll have to do the work myself. Would love your help though. We could try and trick this librarian into like letting us, or like convince this librarian into letting us take a look at the real secret stuff.
You and I? No, not a chance.
Ah, damn it.
She's more willing. She would be. They're like leaning into each other, whispering. He's like, this one is more likely to like the two of us. However, we are not very good at. We will hit a wall eventually of things she will allow.
You also get considering like
Even if like, you know, you I could,
Nina. I'll
Yeah.
tell you this because you have underworld lore. You have underworld lore, and I give you this one.
Yeah.
You don't tell your accountant where the gun that killed Fat Tony is.
That's fair. Okay, so we need the high priest.
Yeah,
or
like
the primer.
like this woman does take care of the library, but like she like if this was like the church of texts and knowledge and books, maybe. But this is like a forgotten room in the church that doesn't get the attention it needs, and that's how she likes it. But that also means that they're not gonna tell her the secrets. She might know, but that they wouldn't have told her that. She would have figured that shit out.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she figured it out, but you don't know that.
Okay, so
We would need someone with a high deception or diplomacy score, which neither of us have.
Maka, we could try. I mean, maybe she would divulge something in exchange for favors.
What, do you want me to climb on the table and start stripping?
Look, I'm not saying that. I don't know what she's. Well, actually, I do know what she's into. But Hada hasn't told me.
I cannot possibly emphasize
will-
how much. Sorry.
Do you think it's really a good idea to go get Dive
I
or
believe,
Percival?
in my opinion, we are getting a little bit of information here. However,
Yeah.
the true source of information for who we're looking for will be in Last Light.
I think there's something to get here as well. So you don't tell your kid everything. I think these people have gathered a bit more.
No, I don't think it's that they tell their kid everything. I think it's their kid has an unhealthy obsession.
Yeah, but that makes information less likely to be true.
We're in Propaganda Central. It's without connections to potentially a high priest or the Primarch.
We could go find the high priest.
We could try.
Anyway, let's get what we can out of this person.
Do your best.
Okay. I'm gonna go over.
Okay, well, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
One, Hanu is definitely reading books as well. So
Yeah.
when I answer that, however, it's also doing this scene for a bit. Is there anyone else who has a scene they want to do?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Dive.
Yeah, Dive has made her way back into Stellianus' office. And yeah, I just wanted to have the scene of Stellianus. Like, it wasn't originally meant to be like this. I do like the idea of Stellianus just like tired, walking in to her like office, and she just sees Dive sitting on her desk and just has like random items like orbiting around her.
If I can't sneak in here, you cannot either.
Well, yeah.
There's a difference between sneaking in and like getting into the office, being like, "Oh yeah, I have an appointment,"
So
and then just like doing it
you
That's
without
you can't
sneaking
get
in.
into you can't get into her office proper without sneaking. You can, however, get into the like. If she's not there, there is like the first room you walk into is like the receptionist area. Well, she like the what the she would be a personal receptionist. Was she like
Secretary?
secretary? Thank you. That's what I was looking for. A secretary for her station. And like this room is like the well appointed is where like people who are waiting to see Stellianos wait. So
Oh.
that is the room you would be allowed to get into first until Stellianos came in.
I would go up to the secretary and like basically just almost walk past her and goes, "Oh, she's expecting me. She already knows I'm here. You don't have to message up."
You try the door, it's locked.
Well, yeah.
Sorry, Miss Dive. Rules are rules.
Oh, you remember my name? That's so thoughtful.
It is my job.
Well,
Sorry. I'm giving her a very like soft voice. I shouldn't. This is like a 60-year-old woman with like tight like white hair that is like just everywhere. Like it is out in every direction. And it is clear that she's done this job for a very long time.
yeah. The Dive's reaction doesn't change. So how long am I going to have to wait?
Don't know. Gonna have to wait.
Aww.
She'll
Even
be
for
back
a
eventually.
friend.
Especially for a friend. She don't got a lot of those.
I wanna. Hey, listen. I wanted to surprise her, you know?
Mhm.
She's been under a lot of stress recently, and I wanted to, like, you know, it's not like a surprise birthday party or something, but having to come home and see a friend, it'll be nice. And it'd be a cool surprise. You want your boss to have a cool surprise, don't you? To, like, enjoy her job after a long day.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, she deserves a good surprise. The rules are rules.
Even for me.
Yep.
Real quick, I want to interrupt this. I feel like a statement I said a couple minutes ago is relevant. What do you want me to do? Climb on the table and start stripping?
A surprise sounds like Dive should get stripped down for
Jesus Christ.
hazardous materials.
I mean, if it was any other Primarch, probably, but like, it's gotten to the point that this secretary knows Dive by name.
So the guards know you. They know who you are. They've seen you come in a lot of times, and because you crossed the barrier in the hallway, they know you're not disguised it's not someone disguised as you. They know that. So they let you in because, like, you know, they assume you're here for one of the many meetings you have with Stellianos. But the secretary knows all of her appointments and is like, you don't have one, and she's not here, so I can't let you in. You can wait here, but you can't go in. Even if she was, even if you had an appointment, you'd still have to wait here.
God.
Bye. Rules.
I like to think when Dive specifically goes through the barrier because of her fucked up shit, she just sort of like her nanites just sort of ripple, and then you just have a wave effect traveling over her, and anyone looking at her is like, "That's weird."
That's how you
Yeah.
get tackled by the gods.
The gods. I mean, hold on.
That's always been a thing for Dive.
Yeah, so the gods know that about you. So they're probably like looking out for that to happen every time you go through the barrier. And if it wasn't to happen, they'd be like, "Hold on,
Mm-mm.
hold the fuck up." Because they are like their job is to like keep an eye on who is coming and going, and keep Stellianos safe.
Mhm.
So, you all right about because the only reason you got through the barrier the first time was Stellianos was bringing you to her office.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
If that ripple happened, they would immediately be like, "Hold the fuck up."
Mm-mm.
You oh, the changelings don't do that. You shapeshifter? Do you have some like weird magic? Like they would like stop you. They would be like, "What the fuck? What the fuck's going on?"
This is the Pope.
Yeah. So you're welcome to stay in this room. It is lovely furnished. There's tables and chairs and couches and little like snacky foods you can eat and wait.
Dive
But you do have to wait.
is gonna do something presumptuous. She's just gonna
Okay.
like pull up
course
a
she is.
chair next to the secretary's desk and just sort of sit down next to the secretary, just like kicking her legs against the chair, just like talking to the secretary, just having a nice, pleasant conversation.
She's gonna have she's gonna talk with you. She's old. She's been doing this for a long time. This was like she got this job in her 20s and she's been doing it ever since.
Oh, she's been through a Primarch.
Yeah. She's been through two actually. She's been through two Primarchs. She's like, yeah, I've been here for 40 plus years. She's
You
seen
kids
it
ain't
all.
shit to me.
Yeah, you kids ain't shit to me. I've seen it all.
Yeah, I just find
You think you're weird? You should have seen the group that the last Primarch would bring in.
I just
Those
find
were
it
some
weird
freaks.
how Dive is just like sitting at the secretary table now, just like behind the desk as well.
She has made a point of like there's like a journal like she was like clearly like writing in and like checks things for like the schedule. She clearly like closes that journal and slides it onto the other side of the desk, so it looks like she's just having a straight up conversation with you. But it's also clear she is like still still security reasons. You should not be looking at that.
Makes sense.
Yeah. She's still doing her job, but she's doing it. She's doing it while she knows you're a friend of the Primarch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's just like, say, how does Stellianos rank up with the Primarch so far? Both her predecessors and the rest of the Primarchs.
Well, I can't say nothing about the other Primarch, but I can talk about the predecessors. And well, see what happened was, Stellianos is that woman needs a break.
That's what I'm
She is too tired. She is too tired and too stressed.
Dive is gonna whisper something, and I'm gonna whisper it to you, Hatter.
Okay.
She's a break. You should let me into the room.
You're not wrong.
She's like, I understand that, but I can't let you through. that ain't how it works.
No, I know. It's fine. You're doing your job and you're doing it well. I'm just
Yeah.
saying
Oh.
that is the reason why I am here.
Well, I understand. You just, you don't do this job for 40 years without, keep track of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be out on my ass if I let that happen.
Mm-hmm. So she like places her like the things that people do when they like place their elbows on the table and just rest their head on their hands. You said that the previous adventuring party was even crazier than ours?
Oh, it wasn't even an adventuring party. They
Oh,
were
what
just
did you
some
tell?
weirdos. She starts going through the fucking rumor mill with you about like the weird people that that Stellianus's boss, because she predecessor, but also boss was um and just like fucking weird shit. Weird shit. Stellianus makes it kinda clear that she doesn't outright say it. She would never outright say it. But it's kind of clear that like he was into some shit. Like some greased palms, kind of shit. But that's none of her business. That's not her job. Her job is just to keep the appointments and remember people's names and forget them when necessary.
Ah, I see. Very similar to some other Primarchs I know.
Yeah, there was definitely some colluding.
Not that I would name names or point fingers.
No,
or...
never. We would. She like looks around the room like people might be listening. Never say names. Never say names.
Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of names. I know quite a few things.
She actually like leans in and is like, never say names. And like looks at you.
Never. Oh, never.
She like make me a perception check.
Oh, Dive, I think she means it.
No, I know. Ooh.
Yeah, you want to reroll that?
Yeah, I'll reroll it. Fuck it.
I have so many tabs open. Hold on.
I know the feeling, darling.
I need to close a bunch of these so I can pull up the thing. She looks. Hold on. Did you roll? Okay. She is looking somewhere in the room, but you can't quite tell what she's looking at.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she's like, don't say names.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all talk for a while. Y'all talk for like an hour and a half. And eventually, the door opens, and Stelliana steps through. She like looks up and sees you.
Wave.
She like eyes like look over at her secretary and then back at you and then back at the secretary and then back at you and then she just kind of like slowly waves at you. She waits for you to say something, and when you don't inherently say something, she's like,
Sorry.
"Alright."
Sorry, I got sent a message. I'm just gonna say something.
Oh, okay.
Dive goes, hey, Stellianus.
Hello, Di.
Are you free right now?
Free as I am ever. What would you like?
I I was about to say.
I'm gonna flip a coin. Hold on, I just had a better idea than what I was.
Want to have sex?
No.
Want to make out?
I mean,
Okay, well,
that's what the hey Styliana sounds
The
like.
back of the chicken you want to fuck.
oh my
Yep.
god, there's so little of me. So Stella goes, as I'll ever be, and then Dive rushes around the room and then like grasps Stella by the hand and goes, "Cool, let's go."
Huh? What? Where do you drag her to?
We're going to Burgers.
Okay. She has like a bundle of like scrolls and papers in one arm, and as you like grab her other arm, she's like you start trying to drag her, but you are Dive, you are tiny, but also you are very lightweight. So you start trying to drag against her, and like she lets her arm just kind of like loose, and you're able to do that, but she's like, hold on, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
She
She
goes
turns.
over to a second.
Dive is still holding on, and Dive is
Yeah.
dragged like a balloon.
Yeah, I imagine you just get slid across the floor, like really, like you're sliding across a slip and slide very easily. She just goes over to the secretary, lays all of her stuff on the desk, goes, "Make sure this gets into my office." Then turns around and looks at you, Dive, and lets you drag her to wherever you're going.
Yeah.
Have you told her Burgers, or you're just like, follow me?
Oh god. No, she's gonna leave it to be a surprise.
Okay. You drag Stellianos. And I imagine it's very funny. The mental image of like you dragging her, and like you walk out and you're like dragging her, and the guards like look at each other and look at her, and she's like, it's fine, it's fine. And they're like, oh, okay. And before you get out of the building, her personal bodyguard has shadowed you. You don't know when that started happening. Yeah, you drag Stellianos down to the burger joint.
Ta-da!
Yeah, I
Jazz
can use
hands.
some burgers. She walks in and just goes, the usual, and he's like, got it.
God, they took me here before.
Got it.
Doesn't even have to say anything. They just share a look, and he's like, "Yep."
Yeah.
Hun, I want
Yeah.
I want you to look on the map, and I want you to look approximately
Yeah.
2 squares to the left, and like 3 squares down.
I forgot it was here.
Yeah, that's it. Also, you've bought her here once before, and it was clear that she used to come here quite frequently. Actually,
like
when
the
she
mayor.
says the usual. Yeah, essentially, yeah. When she's like the usual, he's like, I always remember. I don't always remember names, but I always remember Burger. You got it. He's just making. I don't remember what her regular is, but I think it had something to do with peanut butter.
Truly,
Oh my
he
God.
is the
So-
Ollivander of burgers.
Real quick, I just moved to the world map for a second because I wanted to look. After we finished Last Light, I kind of want to go to Blackford. Because,
Not out of
like,
the question, I don't think.
We have to go get those wings. So we have to go up Floating Mint.
do we need to get the wings now? We have time.
Yeah, but like we want to get to Hussein's Palace.
Oh, that is
Sorry.
true.
We wanna get
were
to
going to the Badlands.
the Exane Badlands.
I mean, yeah, if we're going to the Hexan Badlands, like, if we go this way, sure. But I'm like, we are friends with the Primarch of Ducks. And part of me's like, I want to meet Ducks. I'm really curious to meet Coin God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I kind of am as well.
But, like, I get we had talked about looking at Hussein, but I'm like, yeah, but, like, Ducks. That's why I was bringing it up.
Ducks.
We're friends with the duck-centered person, and it's like the only one we like.
I like both, like doing either one of them. I would say though, let's do Last Light first because that's going to be.
Oh
A
no,
whole thing
this
on
is
its
an
own.
after
Yeah.
Last Light thing.
This is after
feel
Last Light.
Even going something like this.
We've already met Dorius. We don't need to head there.
Well, no, I want to head back there because we don't know if this guy is actually Dorius. He just goes by Dor, so I want to get the fucking facts straight.
Well, I mean,
I
okay,
don't care.
but
if we
did
level up, if we level up in the Last Light fight, I am petty enough to swap out one of my spells for fucking Zone of Truth, so I can ask Dor to his fucking face if he's Dorius.
He will not fail that save. Also,
Damn
don't know
it.
if Zone of Truth is a thing anymore.
did Hanu solve the puzzle box?
I don't think Maka has yet.
Okay, Maka, you need to solve the puzzle box before we go back
I'll be
there.
right back.
So
I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
that could be months from now.
Fair. That's a good point. I think the puzzle box can be the clue to this.
Yeah.
Good point. You should sell that puzzle box.
Looking
Nina
at...
bought it for Hanu.
Okay, so theoretically
Marco
speaking, we're
sold.
going from the Luminaris down to Last Light. We go to Floating Minty, then up to the Secret Mountain.
Yeah, we stock up on consumables there because there's 3 consumables here. Then we go to Copperleaf. It might be down here, but I don't know.
It's like this general. I mean, I
We-
assume
we
it's
take the
one
river up and
mountain
then we
that's
walk.
miscolored.
Yeah.
Um,
And then we go to Copperleaf. And then we go back up to this pass up to the Extreme Badlands.
I
and
was
have a
gonna.
look.
I was thinking, yeah, we can grab some of Canaris' stuff, and then I remembered, yeah, no, he just picked up his house and brought it here.
still a demigod, basically. He's fine. So depending on how long this all takes, I think the optimal route might be to
I mean,
Last Light, Floating Minty, God Mountain, Copperleaf, up to the Badlands. Then, again, based on how long this takes, after we deal with potentially Hussein, we should head back to town, check in,
deposit the wings.
deposit the give them to Canaris to keep hold of, because
Yeah.
we can make him have more burdens. Then we might want to go to Broken Strait and use that. as
We
either a
have to
way-
take the water route.
No, Broken Strait's
have
on
to take-
land.
Yeah, but land is always way slower.
So if we're taking
I'm
the
back.
water route, we might as well just head to Blackfort, which I was gonna recommend.
Yeah.
I was literally
Yeah.
recommending go to Broken Strait, see if anything's there, and then either head towards where Potentia is, or dip down into the water towards Blackfort and Eastbreak, and do like a U-shape.
I think once we get back to town, we should absolutely head to Blackford and Broken Strait. But I don't know where first. But the water's always way faster. So we
Real quick.
could take up here and then go down or whatever.
Blackfoot is on the other side of the mountains.
Yeah,
Is there
the
no
thing
water
is, like,
passage over this way?
at that point, I think we can easily pass a mountain. I just, like, I don't know. As long as it...
Guys will get blown away.
Maybe. Like, maybe we can't pass a mountain. Maybe it's still easier to take the water route, but...
Just
So,
put some
Hatter,
rocks in a pocket.
my thought process to restate because you're back now. Last Light for Mira, Floating Minty, God Mountain, Copperleaf into the Badlands, check in on the
the only-
town, and then either this way or this way to head towards either Potentia or Ducks.
The problem I have with that is that if we go to Floating Mint first and get the wings, we are going to be traveling a long way and meeting Hussein with Igaz's wings.
That's a fair point. We don't know what
We can
Hussein
fold
would
them
do.
up. We can fold them up.
We can fold them. No.
We
We are
can
not
get a portable
folding
boat.
a deity's wings.
They're made to be folded.
So they can close.
They're made to be
yes.
folded in a specific way.
No, I think I actually see where Mooney's coming with this, because like we don't know enough about Hussein to say that they wouldn't sense the wings of a god on us, like not demigod wings, god wings,
Actual god, full on god.
and not be like, oh, mine, yoink.
Or just
That's
be
a
like,
fair-
damn, why do you have
yeah.
those wings? That's fucked up. You're fucked up.
Like, if we get a big enough spacious pouch, or a portable hole are pretty.
So that's my worry, though. Is it? I don't think it matters where we hide it. I think someone might try and take it, either the godling or someone in the other dimension that our bags go to.
Okay, then we have to save it for. I mean, like. Okay, then at some point
And
we're
then
gonna
what?
have to stop here, climb onto land, go there, and then take the route back
Well,
down.
okay. Unless, like I said, we go from Last Light back to this place, and then we go to southbound up to Black Fort and just like save Hussein till later.
Well, I'm saying when we have to go get the wings and Hussein, we're gonna have to do it. Like your problem is because the fastest route is going via the water, via the river.
And then at
And-
that point, if we're back at the village, we can probably just go Hussein,
No, that would take for
Floating
fucking
in.
ever.
Last Light, and then up.
Or this overland route would take fucking months or weeks. Like going here and sailing is so much faster. We have to take water routes as often as possible. Otherwise, we just lose tons and tons of time.
Mm,
It's mostly so with a boat. The boat's still moving if you sleep.
And it's moving way faster than you are.
mm.
Okay, so
Unless we find a way to like get like a fucking airship or get a way for the cart to move by itself.
here's what I'm
I can
thinking.
at least see where she's coming from.
I see what Ellen's point is. Thought process. So
Uh-huh.
I still don't think we need to go bug door. In my opinion, that is so much of a non-coincident, like a non. That man is either not a god or is a god and isn't important at this moment in time. That I don't think it's important. Have we been to
If
Dawn's
door
first?
shows up, door will show up.
It goes Dawn's first.
So
I'm happy to go to the Chaos Wastes via Blackfoot, but like,
So what might be? Sorry that we derailed your scene for.
I was
Yeah.
about to say.
So I'll be quick. Last thing I'll say, and we'll cut back to dive. I'm sorry. So we head to Last Light. We deal with them. We deal with Mira. Then maybe we sail back from Last Light to East Break to head towards Blackford because they're the most technologically advanced when it comes to transportation. And we see what options are available from that point to help
Excellent
speed up our
thinking.
rest of our adventures.
but there's
Good idea.
nothing in Eastbreak.
It's
We
the
should
port.
head
We don't-
around.
we don't- okay, Ellen, we don't know.
That's the
that,
fast way.
but we,
This
we
is
don't
not
know that.
faster than just straight.
This
Yeah,
th-
we
it is
don't know
faster
that.
because we have to go overland.
It's like
Oh,
2
but I
X's.
don't
This
know.
is way longer.
Hold on. Pause. Mooney, what are you saying?
And we don't know there's nothing in Eastbreak.
Well, we don't know, but like we have no reason to go there. But like, okay, they make traveling overland is so slow, y'all. Like,
So you're right, except
Yeah,
it's towards
we know.
Blackford,
You,
in which there's
we're not
probably
disagreeing.
there's probably a fucking train from East Break.
All right.
Wait,
So Ellen, hold on.
We're not disagreeing that going by a boat is faster. But the route's a bit skill iffy.
beyond that, we are getting ahead of ourselves, considering we have yet to go to Last Light.
Yeah. Hatter said, hold on, so I don't know what to do anymore.
So, sorry. So, while you're right, fucking ocean travel is faster, I have not been doing a, like, huge difference in hex travel between water and land. But also, like, Last Light to Blackford by way of water is more than double just going from Last Light to Eastbreak and then the rest on foot.
I'm just thinking in like realistic walking versus ship travel.
I mean,
Where
if
We're
we
not going to
use
be
the cart,
walking out. Yeah.
Last thing
Yeah.
I'll say, if we use the cart, we can actually make it so that we're driving through the night as well. Because so few of us sleep.
The cart cannot hold of us all. And also, are you going to buy houses?
No, but the fact that the cart can't hold us all is fair. That need to be modified, but
Yeah,
If you want to not have that be a thing, if we can just travel in a straight line, it takes the same like amount of time either way. That's fine. I'm okay with
I
that.
think
And the big thing is it's not going to take the same amount of time. It's going to take less time.
Yeah, but like, I was thinking realistically with travel time, and if we're not doing that, that's okay.
I think
But that's
enough.
what I was thinking.
It would still be faster to go from Last Light to Eastbreak to Blackfoot than to go around.
Okay.
If we are doing three mast ship can do about 100 miles a day, and a horse-drawn cart can do about 20 to 30 a day. You would still make it to Blackford several days, but not a week sooner by going through Eastbreak.
Okay, that's fine.
So I'm sorry. You drag Stelianos to Bogard's Burgers. She goes, my regular, and he's got it. And he starts cooking up her regular.
I'll have what she's having.
Got it. And he says he gives the the short order cook term for whatever burger you've asked for.
She'll have a double triple boss deluxe on a raft, 4x4 animal style, extra shingles with a shimmy and a grease, light axle grease, make it cry, burn it, let it swim.
Essentially, yes. So, yeah, she sits down. Let me see here. Yeah, people have noticed that the Pope is in this shop, and I'm starting to whisper.
Damn it, I didn't think that people knew what you looked like without the mask on.
Wait, you didn't?
I don't wear the mask.
All right, yeah. Listen, a lot has been happening, okay? I had things that I wanted to discuss.
Like,
Well,
Alex comes up and gives you both something to drink.
thank you. Well, you've been very, very busy, and I know you have. And I know you have a secretary, but you could always use more help. Right?
Do you have someone in mind?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Don't say you.
Well, I'm not going to say me. I'm not here most of the time.
That's why I said don't say you.
Listen,
All right, who did you have in mind?
I have 2 adoptive children, and unfortunately, their orphanage is forcing them into work. And I would rather have them work for you than anyone untoward.
That's not help.
Mago and
Lyrie.
I believe it was Liar.
Liar, that's it.
Right, I recall. You asked me to keep an eye on them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She kind of does that thing where she's just kind of like letting her, like she's like looking up, and just kind of like letting her head, the weight of her head, like move her head for her.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see. I'll see.
Mm-hmm. I just think that it would be nice for yourself to have at least a little bit of help. And it'll be good to them.
Another pair of hands would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
They do have to be the ones to want to do it.
That is what I was gonna say, yeah. Laya already has a job right now. I don't know if she enjoys it, so I'll have to ask her.
I don't know if I can only offer it to them, though.
Mm.
The other problem is, of why mostly I'm hesitating, is Niesa is in charge of the kids. And I feel like that could... They could either say no outright, or say yes, and use the fact that they are working for me to get information out of my department. Out of my short.
They would never intentionally give us information, but of course that doesn't mean that they don't.
I don't think...
unable to give up information.
Right. I don't think they would willingly do so if I explained the situation to them. I don't think they'd be willing... Well, I don't know if they'd willingly do so in the first place. They seem like smart kids. But willing is not the word I would be using.
No.
However,
I would be using that.
If you would like me to, I will try.
Mhm. I think it'd be better for all three of you.
All right, I will.
Yeah. You could be the Auntie Stella.
You can see that she's like thinking about things and how this might work. You've clearly put a thought into her head, and she's now trying to make it work. And then your bugger show up. What is Stelianos' usual?
I'm terrified because of the fact that peanut butter is a part of it.
Yeah, so I think it's like a PB&J with a hamburger in the middle.
Amazing.
Okay, that's not too bad.
That doesn't actually sound that bad, honestly.
Yeah. Because I was like, why would there be peanut butter? And it's like, well, you can put jam on hamburgers to make it like sweet, you know, that could work, and like peanut butter and jelly, you know, go together. So let's say it's a peanut butter and jelly with a hamburger patty in the middle. And she just kind of like, you know, eats it. It's clearly like she's like the thought that you put it into her head. For the first couple of bites, it's not there anymore. She's just eating her favorite burger. She's got a little bit of nostalgia. She's remembering better times. And she goes back to eating, and eventually she like catches up back to reality. It's like, oh right, okay. I'm thinking. Dive, how much are you paying attention to the group of people who have taken notice to the fact that there's a fucking pope in this place?
I'm gonna do a perception check.
Yeah.
I've cast Divine Fireball and smites them out of existence.
So
Very
30.
much.
Yeah, 30. Several people. Basically the entire like place at this point knows that a Primarch is here, and she's sitting with you. Several people have gotten up and like gone up to the counter and been like, "Can I get?" You know, they've been like they're ordering burgers, and you catch someone like grabbing Alex like by the apron real quick. Hey, can I get the Stelliana special?
Oh shit.
And they're like, yeah, sure.
Dive is
And-
gonna like
and you-
Business.
poke
And,
it. Dive is gonna like
and
poke
you can
Stella and just like Stelliano special.
what? She's not paying attention. She's enjoying her hamburger. She's like, what? Huh?
I think your order's gonna get added to the menu.
Oh, it's already part of the menu. It is part of the menu. But it's not called the Stelliana special. It's called like it's like something. It's like sweet and something. The sweet and something burger, right? Like it's pretty simple. Oh no,
Peanut
isn't
burger
it?
and jelly.
Peanut butter and jelly. Yeah, that's what it is. It's called a peanut burger and
peanut butter
and jelly. Yeah.
What an amazing...
But you hear Alex going, "Dad, we need to change the menu." Yeah, and you can hear him like, "I noticed." Flicks the cigarette away. He makes a bunch of them, and people are eating them, and some people are like, "Ugh," and some people are like, "Oh, this is not bad."
I mean, I like Stella,
Still.
but peanut burger and jelly is just kind of a better name.
And I'm saying that out of character.
Oh, it's called the Stella and Jelly.
Oh.
Jelly. Oh.
She's in hell.
Yeah, no, actually, you can hear the conversation being like, I guess it's the Stelliana special. He's like, hey, we can come up with a better name with that than Dad. All right, what do you suggest? And then like going back and forth, and eventually they land on the Stellianus and Jelly, and he's like, you know what, that's a good one. That'll work. Stellianus and Jelly. They'll change the sign later. They're busy.
Incredible.
Alex hands out a bunch of Stellianus and Jellies, and yeah.
But yeah, I had this proposition, and then I also wanted you to take a bit of a break because the bags under your eyes is bigger than the last time I saw you.
Yeah. She like pulls out the fucking the Aeon Stone. That means she only has to sleep for 2 hours a day.
Oh,
And she goes, I still don't get
yeah.
enough. I
Oh.
still don't get enough sleep. I take power naps.
Dive hugs.
By the way, she's like, she hugs you back. I don't know where the box is. I haven't found the box yet. I'm being stonewalled by. Oh, give me a second. Gotta find the name. Where's the fucking Primarch with this thing? I'm being stonewalled by Floriana.
It's okay. You're doing great. Your secretary thinks very highly of you. She says you're doing a great job, and I agree.
Considering she's... You know, the fact that she's gone through 3 now, that means a lot, actually.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, I don't know if I could get worse than the last guy. She says this, and then realizes she said this in public. She, like, freezes. She freezes, and you can tell that she's looking out of the corner of her eye to see who might have overheard that.
You know what? I have a thing for this. Hold on.
Oh my god, you have a thing for this.
I have a thing for this.
Oh? Oh my god, you do! Okay, yeah, make a deception check.
Perfect.
Am I able to nanite search myself?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, it's a reaction.
No, you're right.
Both are
Oh,
reactions, you
okay.
can't stack them.
Well, I have.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I don't need it.
Oh, but you still rolled good. Yeah, she says this and realizes she just said this in public. And you realize she said a lot of things in the last, like, 10 minutes in public that you may not have. And you distract the crowd. What do you say to distract the crowd?
Why is it called a lightsaber if it isn't saving any light?
Why do we bake cookies but cook bacon?
Why is it called an oven when you oven the cold food about hot eat the food?
Why do you park at a driveway and drive in the parkway? Anyway.
Have any of you all ever considered how
Have we on the
difficult...
internet too much?
Have you even ever been as so far as to even...
Sorry, Eli, what was that? I interrupted you, I'm sorry, what was
I
that?
was going to give an actual serious option, which is, how did you all like our performance of the trauma of the Primarchs?
Oh.
I wanted to get the real thing for some authenticity, but I don't know if Stellianos is really cut out for acting.
That's a good one. I also like the idea that Dive just kind of like hypes up Stellianos a little bit more to the crowd, like to Stellianos, but clearly more to the crowd to get them to distract them from that and make them, you know, think more.
Yeah,
Dive
more highly of Stellianos.
Yeah, Dive just goes,
oh yeah, you've been fantastic. I mean,
and then she just goes and lists Stellianos' accolades one by one, really hyping her up.
And then she's like, "Yeah, you've done so much stuff with Luminaris just already from the short time you've been here."
The first thing you say, and then she's like, "Yeah, I did do that, yeah." And then the more you say, she's like, "Don't like." I mean, like, she starts like coming up with excuses why she wasn't involved in that, even when she fully was involved. She's like, I don't know. She's trying not to take credit,
Muttering
which
from the crowd, "Oh wow, she's so humble. Oh my god."
she's so humble. Yeah, so, yeah. She's trying not to take credit for the things, but it's clear that the audience is like, she did all that. She did all that? Oh my god, she did all that.
Everything that
Why
has
the
been said in
fuck?
the past 10 minutes has been forgotten. Good job.
Dive has also said,
Oh wow, and you're humble as well. Amazing.
she,
She put her finger like she wants to rebuke you, and then it's like, you can't rebuke. Like you can hear. She literally says out loud as she's thinking, "I can't rebuke a humble." Cause it just feeds into. Oh, you got me. That one on the. I can't count on that one.
Dive is like halfway fried to her mouth. She lets go. The fry is still floating there, and she just goes.
What can I say is what I do.
She just like looks out at the fry, just like,
What the fuck?
No one else can see it, but you're like, what the fuck? And then you blink and you see it, and moment is like tongue out around the fry and looks at you, and it disappears.
Well, okay, that's not what I thought was happening, but okay. I thought I had my own orb.
I mean,
Like, I know I'm smug,
She
but
looks
my
at the
own orbit
stones.
is going a bit. My own orbit is going a bit too far.
Stelianos takes like the straw from her. Like, no, there wouldn't be a straw. She has a milkshake. She 100% has a milkshake, but I don't think there's straws. She takes the spoon. She takes the spoon out of the milkshake and just kind of like puts it in her mouth, cleans it off, and then like sticks it like a couple of inches away from your face, and then lets go.
it just starts orbiting.
Okay, point taken.
Huh? I thought that'd be too heavy. It goes behind you.
You better keep an eye on that.
And then
Someone's gonna try and grab that. You need to watch that.
It goes behind you. I imagine y'all in like the corner booth, right? There's no one behind, right? But it goes behind you, and like she's like waiting for it to come by because she wants to, eat more of a milkshake, and for like longer than it should take, and you're like, what the fuck happened to this? And then it comes around, and you're like, oh, okay, that was weird. And she reaches out, takes it, and is like, looks at it, sniffs it, shrugs, and goes back to eating a fucking milkshake.
Probably some time stuff, it's fine.
Oh yeah. How's she squints,
My dad?
thinking, yes.
Pretty good.
Okay. How's Angel's Landing?
Oh, it's going quite well. You had a
Hanu
look at
exploded.
Marker. Hanu exploded. We had to beat a bad
Literally.
stick a little bit. And then he had an existential crisis. And then his fur turned black.
He had an he exploded because he had an existential crisis. Order of operations.
Mm-hmm. I think he's in his emo phase. Well, the opposite of that. I think he just got out of his emo phase.
I feel like he's in his punk phase.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
She's so right.
And he met someone, and they're pretty cute together.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he tried to kill him.
Yeah, my
Well, that makes
aunt Yeah, he was just going, yeah, he tried to kill him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
My aunt tried to set up the worst date of her life, worst date of that was even possible.
She like
Stelianos doing
squints.
math.
Yeah, she squints doing math. Realizes the only one you could be talking about, and then looks at you and like, you're playing a dangerous game.
What do you mean?
Greater heroes have fallen.
Listen, context
But
is
there's a
important.
reason. There's a reason they say that it's a comedy and a tragedy. You know, I'm just, that's what they,
I have no clue what you're talking about. I am. Nothing bad will ever happen to Dive Deep.
She
I
rolls her
just
eyes.
win.
You do just win. She finishes her milkshake.
Except gambling.
I feel like she.
Fucking gambling.
I feel like. Careful. I feel like she's a strawberries and whipped cream kind of milkshake girl.
Oh, she definitely is.
You know.
Dives out here with the caramel, the chocolate.
She leans
caramel.
back. Ooh. Oh. Drop a gold. Drop a gold for all this.
Oh fuck! I don't have a gold.
If you need to borrow one, Eshe can lend you.
Yay!
You're like, I don't have money, and she rolls her eyes, and she just like pulls out a gold coin, and she puts out a platinum coin and puts it on the table. And Alex
Okay,
comes
Holy
by,
shit,
and
you
she's
don't
like,
have money?
keep the change.
I have 3 silver and 5 bronze, copper.
Hun.
You need money, please. Take money.
But
I have so much money.
Here we see the difference between hoarders and not hoarders.
Mm-hmm.
She puts
usually
a
a
platinum on the
hoarder.
table. She puts platinum on the table, and Alex takes it, and she's like, keep the change, and he's like, yes, ma'am.
My brain.
Pockets that shit quick.
A voice laden with like double meaning. It's like, oh no, is there any way I could repay you?
She squints at you.
First of all, stop that.
What are you implying?
I don't know. I'm just like
Ah.
playing at this point. I'm not one to push my boundaries, and if the people don't want to. Well, except when I do. But that's how
I was about to
faithful.
say.
Yeah, she was about to say, and then one idea was like, really like, and then she remembers the first time y'all met. And then she goes, probably, she asks a question you probably were hoping she didn't ask.
Mm-hmm.
How's Nina?
She gets a difficult expression.
She
I
looks
think
at you.
Nina's going through it right now, and so are we. I think that Nina has a lot to work through, and I think that she needs to work on that right now. Before we can we're having a break.
I see. Just clearly trying to think of something. Wasn't there someone?
There's Angel.
Right. How is she?
She's great. She has a like it whispers. She has a body now.
Oh shit! Really?
Mm-hmm.
How'd that happen?
We built one.
You just made one.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't.
Haka and Nina did.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They can just do that, huh?
Well, well, she like
Yeah, those monkeys are
gestures to
terrifying.
herself. Well, we already are like robots. We just made another design, and then
I mean,
Angel.
yeah. In
Despite her
I mean, in
previous despite her previous believings and statings, Angel is just another person. So all we did was move her from one body to another.
I mean, yes, in theory it sounds simple, but you made that's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really big deal. That's quite impressive and a big deal.
I think it's pretty cool as well. They did a really good job.
Yeah, there's a reason there's on a lot of new androids and automatons. It's quite difficult.
Mm.
I mean, I know they reset, like reset, but like new ones aren't made.
Yeah. Well, like I was saying, she was already a person. We didn't really have to do anything. We just built a body for her.
I know, it's just still very impressive.
I agree. I think
Hmm.
both Maka and Nina and Angel are very cool. Despite things that have happened.
You want to talk about it?
I don't think I'm allowed to.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you want to talk about it?
She reaches over and
Obviously,
takes steal.
we don't have
She
to
reaches
do
over
that
and
just
steals
yet.
one of your fries. No.
That's fair.
The
Good
betrayal.
answer.
Yeah. I hope that you are able to relax and not be in work mode.
I have so much work to do.
I know, and I'm trying to help in any way I can. Are you like, can you cast magic?
I don't think she can.
Mm-hmm. I'd love to hear from you. Maybe like, I'm trying to think on how that would happen without me just taking dream message.
I'm sure I can find a way. But I'm not sure I have a lot to tell you without it being important to what you're doing.
It doesn't need to be. You could just talk. Anything you want to talk about. You can talk about your day. You can talk about how you're feeling. Anything you want. We're friends, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, friends do talk to each other, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I'll find a way.
Mm-hmm. And then eventually, if there's something that I need to tell you or you need to tell me that is very important, like if something happens and you need to ask for help, then we can.
And what would you think I might need help with?
Dive gives a look to Stellianos. It's a look.
I'm not
that-
sure Yeah, she says, I'm not sure I'd be able to send a message if that happened. I did not get to my position by being vulnerable, Dive.
You got there by being cool. And you. Which is the same thing.
She was about to say something, and then you said you, and she's like, oh, I guess technically you're right. Yeah, y'all hang out at Boggood's for a while. Word spreads that there's a Primarch in Boggood's, and Boggood's fucking gets very busy. At some point,
There you go.
At some point, Alex is like, Dad says you can stay as long as you want. And then if you stay for more than 3 hours, Alex comes and goes, Dad says you should. He said you could stay, but you need to head. He needs a break. He needs people to stop coming in.
What do you
You can
think?
stay as long as you like. Actually, leave. Fuck off.
It's been
All
the
you
lunch.
can eat is an
been the
offer,
lunch
not a
rush for the last-
challenge.
It's the lunch rush. It's been the lunch rush for the last 4 hours.
What do you think? Is there anywhere else you want to go?
I should get back to work.
Okay, I'll take you back.
I imagine you grab her by the hand and drag her back to work.
No. She will,
offer her hand, but she won't force Stellianos.
She will
Especially-
take the hand.
haha.
She'll take the hand, but more, it's clear that she assumes that you're going to do the same thing that you did before and, lead the way.
Yeah, dive just. It's more of just a sort of holding hand thing whilst they walk.
It's not what she was expecting, but she doesn't fight it.
Mm-hmm. After they get back, Dive's like, yeah, just consider my offer. Even if they don't work, they are great conversationalists. And they are
Isn't
just
one of
cool
them
to hang
mute?
out. Oh, they're a very good listener.
I guess that is one half of conversation.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, cool date. See ya.
No, wait, what? Huh? What?
She's already gone.
Yeah, she's gone.
I'm half tempted to make a jokingly say "stop that bat," but the gods might take that seriously.
They would tackle her. She would die.
They
And
100%,
100% get tackled.
100%.
Like she
Yeah,
says
that
that
could
is
be
like
tackled.
half jokingly. Then her bodyguard operates out of thin air and throws a knife into Dive's spine.
Which would be true. If Dive didn't jump out the window.
Then a window.
Fuck.
I don't
Nice
think
try.
the bodyguard would, though, actually. I think the bodyguard knows the context of what's going on, because he's been tailing
The
you this
bodyguard
whole
would be
time.
the only one that understood
Oh,
the
that's
all the
context.
other guards. All the other guards would, like, fucking tackle you to the ground. The bodyguard would be like, no, I know, I understand the context. I'm not doing that. You don't know where the spoon went. You don't even know if that's the same spoon. It might not be.
I'm guessing that some like time dilation shit happened.
Hmm?
I hope some
Alright.
time dilation shit happened.
Now, we're gonna get back to Nina and Maka in a moment. Is there a scene that Percy or Eshe want?
Nothing I can think of off the top of my head for Eshe.
Percy's
Alright.
just having a day to himself for once.
Mhm.
I-
Well earned.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. It's like, you know, obviously he did all of the stuff in the morning where he spent some time with the kids, did some training with some of the guys, did the usual shopping that he has to do as the quartermaster, essentially. But once all of the supplies and everything is got, everything's packed away, he's just going to go off and spend some time by himself for however long until... Because once shit starts up again, it's going to be all go. So he's taking
Yeah.
some time to just do nothing
Reasonable.
by himself.
Entirely fair. Alright. Yeah, you can go off and do that. I don't have a scene in mind, so, I might in the future. Alright. Maka, before Nina was like, hey, I need you to distract the librarian for me, you were also doing research.
Yeah, I was. He was looking into Mira's kids and whatever info they have on them.
Not distracting
Right.
anyone.
Oh, it was. You hold on. You were working together to do something. I remember this.
I was just going over to the librarian being like, hey, can I, like, I was gonna ask the librarian, or trick the librarian into getting me access to, like,
Right.
the hidden secret stash of texts.
Right.
the
Well, you wanted
librarian
Maka to
could
help with that.
possibly.
Yeah, you wanted
Um,
Maka to help with.
No, I mean, Margaret can help if he wants.
I don't know how the fuck you
I-
expect me to help.
From my understanding, you were like, you
The
wanted
thing we were
help.
thinking about is like, oh, should we bring Percival or Dive
So-
in on this?
So this is a moment. I remember you and Maka were going to do a thing, like
Yeah.
together at the same time. And the reason I stopped was like, all right, Maka was doing a thing, so let's do that one first. But this scene's been going on, so let's switch things. You were working together to do a thing. I remember this. I just don't remember exactly what. But before that happens, you were looking at Amira's children.
Yes.
So the only children of note, like not of note, but the children that the gods have that are records are gods and demigods, right? So like any children they had after the de-godding, after the war, aren't like recorded. Or if they are, they're not necessarily recorded as children of the gods.
My brain went, it's non-canon.
Literally.
Yeah, it's non-canon.
It is literally
Yeah.
not in the religious canon.
Yep. No, yeah.
It's the problem
however-
when your gods are just guys.
However, Amira has several children. I don't have names for them, but I do know they're like what they were the gods of. There is the a god of procreation, a god of requited love, a god of unrequited love, a god of longing and yearning, and then there was a trio of femininity, masculinity, and
Nonanity.
Everything in between.
yes, thank you.
Also,
And they're triplets. And and there are, I'm sure there's a couple others. Amira strikes me as the kind of person who have a lot of kids.
Mhm.
But a lot of them are like, this was a great king. This person was this person was a boxer, they were a demigod or like a human plus kind of thing, and they were particularly good in their field of picking. But yeah, I could get names for you if you want, but
No, it's okay.
okay.
Anything that sounds like dad, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, he assumably he does not find any Arns or Vaxarn or anything like that.
No, but it does, like, there is a statement of like Amira has the most children of all the 12.
Stands to reason.
And there are some who have just been forgotten over time because their domains are no longer relevant to the modern age.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing Maka's gotten out of this is he's looking over it and he's like, half of these feel fake. Like, from what I know of Amira, he's in his head when he's thinking this, he's not saying any of this out loud. It's just like, all of these are lovey-dovey nonsense. At least a large portion of them are. I wonder if this is where Amira got. Either these came up with after Amira became known as the god of kissing real good, or this is why they have that donation now. Because this doesn't line up with what I understand, really.
Oh, they also have a kid. Totally forgot this. They do have a kid whose domain is Mania.
Look at that one. That
That
one's real.
checks out.
I believe that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I had that listed too, and I totally forgot about it.
It's like all of these other ones are like half of these feel fake. These feel like someone had a really, really good day of writing and came up with nonsense. Or I'm like,
This is like
Like a
when you
mirror
find
where-
out that Dionysus was also the god of madness.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's like half of these feel like Amira wearing a mask.
yeah, like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, the god of unrequited love. Fuck do you mean? Like, I know
You'd
that
like
this is a
to
separate
elaborate
person.
on that precisely.
The god
And
of
then
will he,
there's
won't
him.
he?
And then another sibling who is the god of unrequited love.
It's like, the fuck you talking about? This is the god of uncontrolled passion and desire, obsession. Fuck you mean that they have
God of-
children that are unrequited love? No, that's some bitch ass.
The the god of Mania. The problem is there's only so many like things that like I can't just reword like obsession as
No, I
another
know.
domain because it's like why that technically falls under obsession, so why is that still the thing? And it's real hard to come up with something that isn't obsession but is really close to like connected to it. It's like Mania and that's really it. That's all I can think of anyway.
So I think Maka's like, part of this is like maybe some of these are made up, maybe they're not, because Amira does strike me as the person who has had the most godly kids that got obliterated.
Madness, desperate desire, theft.
But the other part of him is like, well, I remember Nina was
Oh.
reading a minute
Oh.
ago.
Hold on. No, that's actually really good. Definitely has a kid of desperation.
Ooh, yeah, good. Good answer.
So
Yeah,
there's
what the
Vaxon.
domain is desperation.
God of the friend zone.
Oh god.
I like to imagine
That one.
just midway through the internal rambles, Arnaxi's just like, oh, there's Vaxon. Just wasn't ready for it.
Catches him completely off guard.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was another one I came up with. The
God of getting blue balled.
No, God of narcissism.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, I
Yep.
was incorrect.
And narcissism and self-love.
There we go.
Oh,
There's the
my God.
Vaxon.
Oh yes, the masturbation god.
I was gonna say, is there a god of nepotism? And I was like, yeah, it's Dive.
It's
No,
Dive.
that's
Dive is
Mira.
the god of nepotism.
No, that's Mira. Mira's the god.
That's
That's
Mira.
Mira.
Oh, you're right.
Mira is the
Aren't
Nepo baby.
Aren't every god who didn't used to be immortal the god of nepotism?
Any god that didn't start off as a god is nepotism.
Hello, that's me.
So there's no non-nepotism ways to be a god.
Any demigod who becomes a god is a god of nepotism, because there are mortals who weren't connected to gods who have become gods. So Hercules,
Yeah.
100% god of nepotism.
Oh, Hercules is 100% a Nepo baby.
He's just
Although
Yeah.
he loses some of his nepo baby points for, having a stepmom
He's-
constantly trying to kill him.
He starts off as a Nepo baby, but he actually sacks up and does his own shit. So it's like he's not entirely leeching off of his parents, but like he's still got his start
Yeah.
as a Nepo baby.
I'm trying to think of like. Oh, god of Dive is the god of force of personality.
Ah, yes.
Damn.
That is the god of
pure charisma.
extroverts.
Whoa.
The god of Riz.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Amira 100% has a kid who is the god of celebration.
Makes sense.
The party god.
Yeah, it's the party god.
Marcus,
Oh yeah, so they have a lot of kids.
Yeah, it's just kind of like looking through all of it. It's like, okay. Well, that reminds me of a thing Nina mentioned she had read about the contradiction in Amira's portrayal. Being a doting parent and one who abandons their child. Likely the line tends to be whichever one piqued their interest most.
Congratulations, you figured it out.
It's not that it's inconsistency, it's that they don't know who they're talking about.
You remember that, you said their name, your father,
Vaxon?
Arnax's kid,
Vaxon.
Vaxon. For the first part of Vaxon's life, Amira did not give a shit about them. Like, could not care less. Like, just did not care about them. And then they hit, like, adulthood, and they were like, hold on. I like you.
Sleeper agent.
Yeah, like, hold on. You? I like you. I was like, wait, you're my kid? Oh, shit.
Don't exactly
Hell
need to be a
yeah.
psychoanalyst to figure this one out.
And I don't mean, like as in, like, we're gonna fuck. I mean, like, as in, like, you're my new obsession.
Hmm.
Look at my kid. Look
And
at
then,
my
like,
cool
oh.
son.
Yeah, look at my kid. Look at my cool son. He wasn't cool a year ago, but he's fucking awesome now, right? Look at my cool kid. But yeah, no, 100% makes sense. I hope.
He's like
He was a
looking
piece of
over
shit.
it. Like Maka's like lifted a book to stare at. Is like, this is next to useless for what I was looking into, but it's interesting nonetheless.
You were trying to. What were you trying to figure out?
He was just trying to see what information they had, if they had anything on the two that he knows of.
So Amira certainly is almost certainly, if they are daughter of Amira, is after the war.
Yeah, no, they're too recent.
Yeah. And you are not entirely surprised by the fact that it is not noted about Baxon, because Naxi was in one of the books before and had the epithet of beloved by gods, but it didn't mention that he had a kid.
Maybe if I was looking into books about if they had any books about, like, the demons and devils.
Maybe. In that case, that name almost certainly would pop up, but... And it might even say that he is the son. It probably wouldn't mention Amira, right? That's the problem.
Okay.
And then your sister's like, hey...
Yeah,
our
and she's
plan.
like, something strip on a table or whatever.
No.
That's
Get
how
on the
he
table,
first
take
hit.
your clothes off.
I mean, that's a little bit what she was like.
No, in fairness, she was like, I want to lie and manipulate this. I want a girl boss manipulate this woman into giving us the secrets of the church. And Maka's like, the fuck you think we're gonna do? The least charismatic people in the world. I think literally Nina is only more charismatic than Maka by the fact that I don't think she has a negative.
She is yeah, she doesn't have a negative.
Yeah, that's the only reason you're better than him at this. Is like he has a -2 and you have a 0. So, Maka like looks to Nina and is like, so you're just going to straight up walk up and talk to her, or?
Yeah.
Huh? I'll watch.
Okay. Nina walks up and is like, hey.
So you like get up and like start walking towards her, and she like leans out and like sees that you're coming. I was like, like it does something that you can't see from your angle real quick as you're coming by. She's like, yes, how can I help you?
Hi, I found a lot of useful information in those books. However, I was looking for something maybe older, or do you have like
Older.
like an archive that's a bit more like behind locked doors that maybe I could get access to?
Okay. She says, she does that, the finger thing again, and she's like thinking, and then she goes, well, there is the, and she like actually like looks over at another door in this room. There is the, sacred text room. However, all those have been copied and are in the library. So while they are older, you have access to the copies.
I would actually love to have a look at the originals.
Okay.
Is there any way I could get
sure.
access to those today?
Yes. She like gets up and is like, excuse one moment, and she like goes into the library room, and like goes over to the big desk and is like makes room.
Nina did put on gloves before she started reading the books because she is absolutely sure that if she shone a black light in here, that would be, covered in people's dust.
Yeah, probably.
Dust.
Yeah, people's dust. Yes, dust.
Lava stuff.
So, well, she's like, oh, you already have gloves. Good, great. That
And they
is
stay
there anything you're
perfectly
looking for
clean.
in? Is there anything you're looking for in particular? As she's like clearing off the table.
I'm doing a study on Apocrypha, so perhaps the most controversial texts.
Apocrypha. All right. So, so she she goes into the back room. She goes into the back room, and she pulls out some very, very, very old scrolls. Like, slowly undoes them, because if she goes too fast, they'll crack. Kind of old. And they are like, well, like this is also part of her job. Like, her job is to preserve these things, and she's very much like, she has her own gloves, has her own setup, and is very like very, very neat and orderly about it. However, everything she shows you, if you were looking for it in the normal library itself, you probably found the copy.
Yeah. Okay.
As for directly apocryphal stuff, while there might be some apocryphal stuff in here, and she might even show you some of it, it's not the stuff you're looking for.
Okay.
It's mostly like... Sorry, what?
To be
No, go
honest,
ahead.
even the idea of like Apocrypha in this place specifically, like, it seems heretical to even like think about some things that aren't in the proper canon of the religion, you know?
So a little bit, yeah. A little bit, yeah. However, in this case, it's more like, because it is so old, things have been like translated differently. Things have like fallen out of favor and been replaced with other things. So when you are like, can I see like the old apocryphal stuff? She's like, we have a couple of that, and you do find some things, but they are like, when translated from ancient texts, it can mean a few things, and like the current canon understanding of how that text is translated is this, but it used to be different, right?
Yeah.
Or like there was a text that was like doesn't really work in the context of the current political social space, and has been like changed over time, like a word here, a word there, so on and so forth. So it is, quote, apocryphal stuff, but it's not the stuff you're looking for.
Or there's someone's really cool fan fiction, and everyone's like, "This is cool, but it's not like true."
We want Dante's Inferno of this?
Yeah, I was gonna say the fucking Divine Comedy up in this shit.
Yeah.
I mean, look, like in Christianity, there's a lot of texts that were written about stuff that's like, this isn't true, but it's neat.
I mean, it's thematically awesome, but when you actually read it, it's mostly just bitching about historical figures this guy knew.
Correct.
Yeah.
I actually read like a solid 2 full pages of it, like front and back, for an ARG before I was like, nah, this isn't what I'm looking for. And it's like, it's hard to read, I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah. I read it when I was younger. I didn't understand it.
Yeah. So there is definitely a Divine Comedy-esque situation going, especially for Amira, where like someone was inspired by the Muses. Oh, I'm sorry, that's another child that Amira has supposedly with Bugiard of the Muses. Essentially, they're essentially the Muses.
Yeah.
Where they gift artists
Artistic
fits of
inspiration.
artistic inspiration and fits of passion in that field. Almost certainly there is like a writing section that is Dante's Divine Comedy. Well, like some people take she's like clear of like some people take this as like actually part of the scripture. It's not, but it's still an interesting read.
Yeah.
I
like-
need to figure out whether or not there's anything in there that you actually are looking for.
Or like someone like I'm sure like 800 years ago, someone was like, I'm gonna write a real hot and steamy, sexy story about
Oh yeah,
Amira
there's definitely
and
that.
this
There's
other
a lot of that.
person. And everyone knows, okay, this didn't happen, but it's still a cool story that we appreciate in this religion.
So it's like this didn't happen, but then like, however, they do have a kid that kind of is kind of like that's like kind of if that happened.
Like I'm sure a
this
lot
scene
of
did
those
occur,
got canonized.
and Amira had a kid. It would be this kid, which is a real kid. Like this is actually like like there's a story of like them and Boogie are getting together, and it's like we don't know if this actually happened. But Amira definitely has kids that are like essentially the muses, and like the only other person that's related to that is Boogie. So like maybe it did happen. But I don't think it's any of the stuff that you're really looking for.
Nina's gonna ask like, okay.
Actually, hold on. In the Divine Comedy-esque book, you do find that there's a like whole section of like people who are like cussing Amira for being fickle, but the word could also be used in context of like essentially yandere.
Okay, yeah. Not just abandoning something, but getting rid of it.
Going fucking
Well,
crazy.
yes, but also like being loving something too much. Like if no one can have it, if I can't have it, no one can have it.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
Yeah. Still no favorite places for sure, for real.
No.
Okay, then I'm gonna ask.
They do have like places of interest, like actually like places like natural beauty, but also like interesting places. Things of like it's very very like fads that come and go very quickly. They're very into.
But about the story's origins, like where each story was made.
I don't. That's a great question. I think these texts might be too old to have that kind of documentation.
Or there's not a pattern. Okay,
right.
I'm gonna ask this. I'm gonna quickly. We're gonna see if this person has anything. Okay, is there a secret archive?
Also, I get the feeling that Boogiard would be down for this like frack shit. Because Boogiard knows this would never happen, but Boogiard's down for the drama.
Never happened. Boogiard absolutely did that.
Boogiard's 100% down for the drama.
Yeah,
Boogiard did that.
I think Boogiard would fuck a mirror. However, Boogiard's down for the drama.
Down for the drama.
Boogiard would
whether or
fuck
not
a mirror.
You don't know if they fucked, but you definitely know if that was a story, Boogiard 100% leans into it.
I'm going to say something,
but you don't know if they fucked.
Boogiard totally did that and was like afterwards was like regretted it, but also like was like, okay, I actually something good did come of this.
However, I will say this:
looking back at it, kind of.
You can fully say that I'm wrong, but I don't think
Boogiard. Sorry, what were you saying?
I said you can fully say that I'm wrong, but I don't think Boogiard fucks. I think she gives too much Fujoshi fail girl energy to actually like.
That's not a bad point.
I think Amira would take pity.
Maybe. However, I will say this.
It's a disaster queen.
Of the 12, the most feared are Boogiard and Amira.
Yeah.
and Amira more than Bugiard.
Makes sense.
But they are the most feared. Even Bugiard is like, I don't fuck with Amira. Like, I will fuck with Amira, but I don't fuck them with them too much. Because
People
like
don't fuck
they
with
could
Boogiard for
turn
the same
around.
reason. They don't fuck with Boogiard for the same reason that nobody fucked with William Shakespeare in Fate. It's because he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Like,
Yeah.
man, like, you don't fuck with Boogiard because, like, man, it would be such an interesting story to have you lose everything and learn a life lesson,
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't it? And then no one fucks with Amira because Amira can do some shit.
Mhm.
Because Amira
And
will fucking
as-
kill you.
yeah, kind of, yeah.
If you
Both
want
of
like,
them
he's
would
Bugiard
kill
wiser
you.
than
Boogiard will
Hellstate.
just make it cool.
Boogiard will make you obsessed with something you can never obtain. Not Boogiard, sorry. Amira will make you obsessed with something you can never
Yeah.
obtain.
They both kill
and,
you.
like-
Boogiard will just make a story out of it.
Yeah, so they're both feud. They are both feud, and Boogiard probably does also fear Amira a little bit, because all things being considered, though they're not supposed to, Boogiard and Amira could fuck with the other gods. They weren't supposed to, and they usually had repercussions. But if they really wanted to, Boogiard and Amira could make other gods do things.
That's scary.
That is scary.
I'm gonna
Man,
ask
it's
the
like,
librarian.
it's like somebody had to tie up the giant dog in the ice mountain and light him on fire.
It's the same reason.
Yeah.
It's the same like Aphrodite could turn around and be like, "Hey Zeus, you fall in like." I mean, not Zeus. Just fucking does it whenever. Like
Zeus
could be like,
doesn't
"Hey,
need help.
Hephaestus." Yeah. Hey, Festus, you'll fall in love with this mortal girl. Good luck. Bye.
I'm
She
gonna be
does
over
that.
here not
Husband.
fucking Ares.
Times. So she did that with what was the name? Eos, the Dawn.
Yes. So like, Aphrodite could fuck with the gods. Didn't do it a lot. Didn't do it often, and usually sometimes there were repercussions, but could do it. And so Boogiard and Amira, who I obviously have taken heavy inspiration from the Greek pantheon, could also fuck with the gods. So they were heavily feared.
Can I just say how funny it is to choose
Yeah.
Hephaestus as your example? I know it was the
Okay.
random one.
I know. I just came up with a name.
It's
Yeah.
like, yes, Hephaestus, the one who is married to Aphrodite,
Yeah. Totally. I didn't think about it, but you're right.
notable owner of the cuck chair.
Not even
Hephaestus.
by choice either.
No, he was.
Yeah.
He was by choice.
He got thrown off the mountain for being an ugly little shit by Hera, climbed back up the mountain, and they went, "Oh shit, fuck, okay, as an apology here, have the goddess of love as your wife."
Okay, no, that's
Well,
not
depends
true.
on the
Basically-
mythology.
Yeah,
Hmm.
basically the one that I like is they held a competition for Aphrodite's hand because she was like so beautiful, and then Ares was like bound to win, and then Hephaestus came up as like this nobody, but like, I've brought you gifts, and one of them was a throne for Hera, and then when Hera sat down on the throne, it bound her. And the only person who was able to undo it was Hephaestus, but he said that he wanted to win the competition, and he did.
Divine blackmail. Got it?
Divine
Yeah.
blackmail.
This
Yeah.
may be coming from nowhere, but I also think I've heard a version that's just Aphrodite has to be locked down by someone, or there's gonna be a war over it. So fuck it. This is your problem now.
I could also see
Um,
that, yeah.
I think I've
I-
heard that somewhere too.
Yeah.
I would like to move on with the scene.
Sorry,
I'm gonna
fair.
straight
Yes.
up ask the librarian if she knows of any secret archive.
You'll
A
be so
secret
suspicious right
archive.
now.
Straight up secret archive. So she will tell you that if there was a secret archive and she told you, it wouldn't be that much of a secret. However, she does say I know the head priest has. I don't have a name for the head priest. Like title, but the head priest has like a vault of like writings of like also the religious nature, some of which may have been written by Amira themselves. But any copies that are available are in the library already. And she does know of a few. She doesn't know if all of them have been copied. She doesn't know everything that's in that vault. But she does know that there are at least some of them have been copied too. All the ones that she's aware of that are in that vault have been copied into this room.
Do you know the location of this vault?
Well, if I did, it wouldn't be much of a secret.
But, you could make an exception for me. Couldn't you?
I mean, maybe. It wouldn't be much of a secret.
I think it's less they're not willing to tell you, and it's like, it wouldn't be much of a secret because I don't fucking know it. Though I might be reading wrong.
Okay, I will sense motive to figure that out.
Okay.
Does she know? She's level 3. I could do this with my eyes closed. No, I mean, she's probably level 7.
So... Yeah, but whatever the librarian level is. She, like... You read her, and... Oh, she has so many fantasies about what's in that vault. Oh, she's written so many things. Oh, she has so many ideas. She doesn't know if any of them are true. In fact, she may have written that there's a second secret vault even further down than the first one.
Does she know where the vault is?
But she doesn't know. Okay. No, she doesn't know. She doesn't
know.
Well,
Ripgor, if you knew more, you could have had a fancy getting swept off your feet by someone looking out for hidden truths. But nope, sorry, you're useless. Bye.
Please tell me
you say that all out loud.
That's out character.
You say that
out of character. Out of character.
Okay, out of character.
Mia's not thinking like that.
You are talking to her like in the doorway of her office, and you can tell there is a stack of papers, probably 3 journals thick of loose leaf paper that is all handwritten on her desk.
Well, I would like you to copy. Though Nina's going to mention a few books, a few passages from a few books that Nina wants copied, and I'll be back here either tonight or tomorrow. And I'm probably going to head out soon.
Okay.
If you could do that for me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Maka...
I like this one. This one's nice.
Maka appears. He just pops into frame from the side. Actually, I had a question for you.
Yes.
I'd spoken with you earlier about Mira, the woman who claims to be the daughter of Amira.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's been verified.
Do you know if that is
I think I have.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Do you know if that is a rumor that came from the individual? Was it once spoken by others?
I know it came out of Last Light, but from who I wouldn't be able to say.
Oh shit, it's Igaza.
What?
Wouldn't be able to say.
Oh. Fucking... Good one.
That would be the best way to spread a rumor.
Eli, getting a point. That was actually quite good.
I was like, the fuck are you talking?
Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
Okay, good one.
Because you know what it
and,
was? Is you said a Gaza, and my first thought was Capty, not a Gaza. And I was like, what is Capty? Why did Capty do that?
Oh, and could you give
Yes, Alan.
me a +3 item bonus for having studied mirror in the library?
To what specifically?
Recalling knowledge on power.
A +3
I
item
don't know.
bonus?
I don't know what libraries give. Let me find out what libraries give.
Yeah. Figure out what libraries give.
Ellen,
I know there's a bonus.
Give me a golden. Give me a diamond egg of a dragon, please.
Yeah. I'm okay with giving you a bonus because that makes total sense. I just don't know what the bonus should be.
Yeah.
You know?
Maybe I could just
and,
get
like,
all the
if you already have a
information
plus-
beforehand.
If you already had if you had a +2 item bonus, I'd be willing to give you a +3 item bonus for it, you know? Because, like, so a total of a
The
+1.
equivalent of just
But,
a
like,
+1.
I don't know. Yeah, it'd be the equivalent of a +1. But I figure it out and get back to me, and we'll figure something out. But yeah, you're able to get those books. It's not that hard. Get those passages. Sorry. Yes, Mooney.
How juicy would it be if she wasn't even Amira's daughter?
We'll have to find out. She looks like her. We've met her before.
Oh yeah, you did meet her.
Um,
As a reminder.
Yeah, Diver's been tormenting her for months. Oh no.
I forgot that.
That's Mira.
So, I think how libraries work is that you get information.
Oh, you get information? Alright, fair enough.
Yeah.
Stands to reason, I suppose.
So,
Yeah.
I don't know. How much information do we get about Mira?
I don't know. You, like, I've basically given you all the information that I can,
Yeah.
to be honest.
No, like, weaknesses, saves, that kind of stuff.
Oh,
So, nothing rank.
I will say this. They, how do I put this?
And I'm talking Mira, not Amira.
Oh, Mira.
Yeah.
Oh, the books in here don't have jack or shit about Mira.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Mira's a
Yeah,
new kid who's only claimed to be a daughter. This library has
Yeah.
nothing on her.
Okay, that's fair.
Literally zero
Yeah.
things.
I can tell you a common thread because you're looking at all the stories with the critical eye. That not only that Mira, you know, a lot of these can be like, is that love or is that obsession? Or is that this thing or is this obsession, right? Mira also loves attention.
Makes sense.
They will cause problems
On purpose.
just so they will on purpose, just so they will get attention. Very much am I the drama?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's fair.
Why am I not the drama?
Anyway, we were
I
talking
should-
about me. No, we weren't. Yes, and why weren't we?
On to my favorite subject, me.
Me. Yeah. So, all right. Is that everything? I believe.
Yeah, so Nina and Maka, Nina's gonna be like, okay, so are we bringing Dive or Percival in on talking with the High Priest?
That would be a better way to get information.
Because we need to get into that vault.
Alan, I have a question.
Yeah.
What are you trying to get out of? Like, what are you trying to find?
To get Amira's like favorite place, so we can go there
Amira's
and
favorite place.
and find them.
In front of a mirror.
Okay.
I would try to get like places we can go to maybe find Amira instead of just stumbling upon them.
I mean, I feel like it's
I
a thing
mean,
like
cause
the
enough problems,
best
they'll come to
lead we
us.
have is the one we were literally just about to go to.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
yeah, maybe. But I didn't meant for this scene to take forever. I'm sorry. It's just, you know, we're here. We might as well look up stuff about Amira so we can find like anything that we can use to convince Amira to come along for the thing, or like find Amira at all is the thing.
So, I
Yeah.
can't tell you about their favorite location because I don't have one. They become up. You like. Mira has the same mechanic of when they see something new, I roll a d20, and if I roll high enough, that becomes an obsession for them, right?
Amen.
And it's literally, it's random.
Yeah.
It's literally random. I have no control. So like, Amira is found in all kinds of places, in all kinds of locations throughout time, but there's like every location that they spend a lot of time is their favorite location.
Mhm.
And then they go to a new location, and that's the favorite location. It's constantly changing. There's nothing I can give you on that one. Ways to get Amira to show up.
Yeah.
Get them interested. Because if they're interested, they become obsessed. And they will show up.
And like, I could try being mean to them, like Boogiat, but I feel like Boogiat is just gonna be like obsessive and spiteful, whereas Amira is gonna fucking kill me.
They might. They might. Yeah, you like that's fair. I can't tell you that. But like
I think
getting
that-
them interested in the event will probably in any modicum will probably get them to show up.
Okay.
Until
I
we
have-
have some other. Sorry, one.
I have an idea. I can't.
Okay.
Maka can't do it, but he
Yeah.
has an idea of something that might get attention.
Okay.
And
My thinking is just we continue going about our business and don't even bother looking for Amira, and eventually that will offend them enough to come and meet us.
Yeah, but we're not that
Ooh.
genre savvy in character.
Why couldn't we be?
Yeah, that's
Because we want them
exactly
to
the
know.
We're
Nice.
not the protagonists of this world, even if
Tell
Di
that to
believes she is.
Yeah, die.
In character, we cannot be that like.
we can't assume that everyone's looking at us.
Well, yeah,
is
but
fair.
if all the other
However-
gods are getting that attention paid to them,
However, Di fully believes she's the main character.
I
She's
know,
the
I
chosen
know,
one.
I know. But Nina does not believe she's the main character of the world. She is trying to make herself interesting and cool and all that stuff, but she doesn't believe she's the main character of the world. And thus the plot will happen. Like
my logic is just that if a whole bunch of god shit is happening and Amira hasn't been explicitly told to become part of it yet, they'll hear about it through the grapevine and get pissed off that no one invited them yet.
Mm,
yeah, maybe.
I don't think that's an unreasonable assumption to make in character.
yeah, I like the idea.
Hada, if you don't have anything, it's okay.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Okay, let's
and-
move on.
So like, yeah, we could do a whole scene of like trying to get the head priest to like let you in, which I think it's a long shot, but you might be able to get them to do it. But I don't actually have anything for you to find in there.
That's
yeah,
fine.
like it just like you're an unknown entity. Like this is the kind of thing of like, yeah, I'll let you in, but you need to go do a job for me first, kind of thing. And I don't have that. Like this is the plot. This is the hook to do a plot, right? And I don't have anything. I think you can get in there with some work, but I don't have any. Like you could to do it all, and I don't have anything to give you. You know, I'm sorry.
It sounds
I think
like
we can. I think
this
what
isn't something that could be a day of work to get in there. It would have to be its own thing, and we're trying to move on to the next plot thread.
Yeah.
I think the reason we don't do it then is because from the impression we got from the canonical works, Amira is too fickle to be attached to anything, and therefore it doesn't like show up at one place once a year, every 5 years, or whatever. No, they're just like wherever the random places. You know, that's the impression we got from what reading about them. And Nina's like, oh fuck, okay, I guess there's nothing we're gonna get from the secret archive. Let's just move on then.
Hey Hatter, I have a question.
Yes.
Have you posted what Amira's sigil is again?
Yes.
It's right here down in the corner. I can pull it up.
I
okay.
I do it.
There you go.
Yeah, that checks out.
This turned out really well.
The hands are a bit weird, but it's okay.
On their
They
hands.
look good.
They look
Also,
good.
they're flesh warp.
Yeah. So their hands. Don't blame you.
The hands are meant to be off.
Sense. Yeah, the hands are a little weird. But yeah, no, makes total sense. Like you look at this, and you know exactly what the fuck the symbol is for.
So, Maka with Nina leaves the little library area, and he goes back to the big statue in the center where he left his little marble plates of stuff. Are they still there?
Ooh. Yeah, they're still there. They have clearly assumed that it's some kind of offering. It will probably be taken up. There's probably a set time when idol offerings are just taken and moved to another location. But for now they're there.
He picks them both up for a moment as he looks at them. He flips them to the backside where they're just flat, and he's like, Nina, come here. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and be a nuisance. But I
To
need
whom?
a good idea for...
To me?
No.
To whom?
He gestures up at the statue.
Oh, don't do that. That's gonna get you killed.
Well, he smiles. If there's any... he smiles kind of in a mean way. A very I'm doing something mean smile. For the god of ambition such as them, what better way is there to get the attention of their grandparent than to be a nuisance?
Maka, I support you, but this is a stupid decision and you should not do this.
He thinks.
If you choose to do it anyway, I understand, and I will help you, but we already have an immortal guy who's coming after you.
You say that, and his eyes kind of flicker a little bit. He's like, it sure is.
Amira's gonna do that, but worse.
Here's the thing.
Hmm.
The immortal guy problem's kind of been taken care of already.
Right, okay. So you want another one?
Marco
have a
wants the
feeling.
harem.
That I am not... My opinion is one of two ways. Either this is a gambit that will honestly not pay off. I don't think they'll care that much. Or the other perspective, considering who lives in my head, I believe I already have captured a little attention. I am not safe no matter what.
They had thousands of lovers,
Yes.
thousands of children, or hundreds of children. Like, you're one of 10,000 grandchildren.
Yes. And in that way, they will never notice unless I am a nuisance.
Okay. I understand. What is your plan?
Well, do you remember when we first encountered information about Io and Oe? We found that pile of fake gold with their emblem on the back.
Yes.
That's all I want to do. I want to make an emblem that represents me, so that whenever someone sees something like this, they will think of it. Someone who means something to the god Amira will be association, and only those in the know will understand what it means.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could use your signature.
I could, yes.
Out of character, I have a suggestion.
Oh.
Or I could make a little doodle of you.
What's your suggestion, Eli?
A devil's face with 6 ears and horns that go up with the devil's face, which is sharp at the bottom, to create a heart.
Ooh.
Yeah, but is Marco the heart guy?
Yes, I have hearts fucking
Yes.
everywhere.
Okay.
Do you
I
not
can
remember
only
my
see your
boss
face.
fight form?
Yeah, okay.
There was a giant fucking heart on his, like, everything.
It sure was.
I'll go look in the art channel for the full
Heard in
body.
silence. There's so many hearts.
Hearts for days.
Yeah, so I think Mako.
No. I mean the normal current.
So there isn't like hearts all over him in the thing, but like it's a pretty big aesthetic that he has. As he has hearts every once in a while.
Okay.
Maka he takes both of them. He flips it over, and he's basically gonna do what Eli suggested.
It's a good suggestion.
Yeah, the only thing I have is that there will only be eyes on the face. No, there won't be. It's just the ears. I think it's important that I am the hear no evil one. So just the 6 ears, the horns that make the heart with the whole face, and then on one he will on the one that looks like a dog, he will write underneath the sigil Great Sage, and on the one that looks like the Demon Man, equal to hell.
Yes.
And then he'll put them back down.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
I had an idea of trying to get Dive to spread a rumor that, oh, there's a daughter of Amira, but there's a whatever. This, I think, will be more impactful.
Okay. Good. Well, let's head out.
We should meet with the others and prepare to head out on the next day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, You prepare. You get all the things you. Was there anything else anyone wanted to do before you headed out to Last Light?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
You
I got a few pages. I got
Yeah.
half a book on relationship advice. So I'll
okay.
add that
Yep.
to my thing.
Fair enough. Yep.
Also,
Was I
just
able to
noticed,
borrow something?
borrow-
No, because you'll be leaving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I count this as a scholarly journal?
Sure.
Thank you.
I want to know that the idea that I had about Maka and Laya, I only had like the second before I said it.
I think you mean not Maka and Liar.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Mako. and Laya.
Stelianos?
I'm gonna
Mako
be
and Laya,
real.
to be honest.
I don't think that's a good idea, but you
Yeah.
do you.
Damn. Why?
One, because the orphanage isn't forcing them to work. It's getting them set up with apprenticeships, which is a thing that's common and is meant to just make it easier to go into the future.
Oh, I thought they were forcing them to work.
No.
Well, like they're like
Ah.
basically making them do it, but they're not forcing them into labor. They're getting them set up with apprenticeships.
Right. So it is.
It's work experience.
Yeah. They have to get an apprenticeship, but they can choose where.
Oh, I see.
And they have a large amount of time to go get it. Because they're essentially like queuing them up to be ready to have they're doing the life skills. Admittedly, it's probably earlier than they should be doing it, but like they're being forced to get apprenticeships, but what apprenticeships they're getting is up to them.
They are
It's like
being
going to
forced
school,
to,
but in
it is
medieval.
like the least evil that it could be.
It's like medieval
Instead of going to school,
trade school.
yeah, it's essentially medieval trade
And
school.
I
It's a
also
little early
agree-
for them, admittedly, but
I also
would
agree
say
with
it would still
Stella.
be
I
good.
don't trust the Primarch of Children to not try and abuse the children we have, specifically because they're the ones we care about.
Yeah.
they did warn you about that. She's gonna try though. She's gonna look into it. She's like, I don't know if I can just give it to them. I might have to be like, give the option to everyone and then let them choose. Or it is entirely possible that that person who I'm currently having problems with might just straight up say no because they know. On the other hand, they might up say yes, which might be worse because why? Why would they say yes if they're not going to try and use them somehow? So
My
don't know.
immediate
They're going to look
thought-
into it though.
Yeah.
My immediate thought with it is, it could be useful even if Liar and Mega don't go for it, as a way to like almost have Stelliano put on the appearance that she's trying to strengthen relationships with the Primarch of Youth. But it still has the threat of no matter who it picked has the chance of basically setting a child spy on there.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, it was probably a bad idea.
You want what's even funnier? If you ask around, there is a bit of a so because there are like 3 shards where being a like member of the church, you're not supposed to have kids. If you currently have kids, you're supposed to like give them up to like family or close friends. But it is possible sometimes where you are like, I have to give up my kid because it's part of my thing, and then your public enemy is like, I'll adopt them,
No, the fuck you won't.
and like, yeah, motherfucker, you won't. You don't have a choice anymore. They're in the system. So like a lot of the times before they even like get to the system, they'll like hand it over to close friends and family. But it is a like children have been and are used as like political leverage
Gross.
when
Hate
things
that.
go poorly. If you remember, one of the kids at the adoption agency, the one you helped escape, actually, they were like, yeah, my dad had to give me up because the only person that would take me was like he doesn't like him. He doesn't like him, so he had to give me up to the orphanage. And he's like, and you gave him money and a way to escape, and he's like, thanks, and he just left.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, they are used, unfortunately. Like, again, medieval times, children are used as bargaining tools. But Stelianos is, like she said, she didn't get to this position by being vulnerable and like being, like taken advantage of. She might be able to turn that around to her advantage. Who knows?
Also, Dive tricked her into having a date, and I think that was very funny.
That was
It was
funny.
a nice time. Stop that bat!
So
First light.
yep. So First Light. You head off to First Light. It takes 1, 2, 3, 4 days to get there. Now, notably, you don't even roll for a random encounter until you get like to like this hex, because anything that close to the Luminaris just gets fucking taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
And then immediately you're at Last Light, so I'm not gonna ask you to roll for a random encounter. It's just,
You get there.
you're at Last Light. That's gonna change when you leave Last Light to go to somewhere else, though. However, you make it to Last Light.
Yippee!
And let me change to Last Light.
Are we jazzing?
Well, we should be on the
Oh,
other
yeah.
side of the map.
Correct. I'm still loading it.
Oh.
I would move you, but I'm still loading it.
Sadly, I don't have control over literally everyone. Never mind, I have control over literally everyone.
Whoa.
I do too.
Well,
So now
goodbye,
you're
get
moving us
yeeted
off.
into the void. I'm fine. Everyone else can die.
Shut off into the void. Goodbye. Be gone. Yeah, you make it to Last Light, and
Better to be up here, I think.
Yep. Yeah, you can be anywhere you want.
Oh no, Kinto, die!
He's
I'll go
blue
ahead and move
now.
that shit.
Sorry,
Yep.
sorry.
He's
No, it's cool.
blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba-da.
And as a reminder, yes.
As we approach,
Eshe fucking teleports away.
Sorry.
He does a pew!
I don't even know where the fuck she
Where
went.
did she go? What the fuck?
I might have
I
accidentally
deleted
her.
deleted her
Yeah.
when I deleted Kinto.
No,
Yeah,
I
she got
deleted her on
deleted.
purpose.
Oh,
Okay,
wait.
why?
New Eshe.
Yeah, new Eshe.
Oh,
Okay.
new issue.
Okay.
Kinto has decided that the best thing he can be is a pair of earrings. He's
Excellent.
stretched his little cloud body around the back of Maka's head, and he's hanging from his bottom pair of ears with an eye centered on each side.
Beautiful. I love it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get going.
As a reminder, the first buildings here that are on the coast are architecturally like the buildings from the Luminaris. But they are made of this, like, you can't tell if they're made of or painted to be this, like, teal blue color.
Like oxidized.
But they're also yeah, a little bit, yeah. They are clearly the oldest buildings in town. Like, probably before the Luminaris, not the Luminaris, sorry, before Last Light blew up, you know? So these are probably like the first little bits of the foundation of town.
So,
But yeah, you're
Tim,
last light.
what's the plan?
The plan,
don't
I
know how-
suppose, is we're taking the well. I suppose we could do the tourist thing of taking the sites, talk to the people, see what there is. But we know the reason is we're going to go find this Mira girl and talk with her, and
Are we going to
preferably it ends with talking with her.
Hey Hatter.
Yes.
So we've been on the seas for the past 4 days.
Yeah.
On each of the 4 days, Dive's using her dream message. Just go, da da
Yeah.
Did you tell anyone about this?
Oh, she's been fucking with Mira for months.
No, but did you tell anyone at the party about this?
I'm pretty sure she mentioned it a couple of times.
No.
Yeah.
About this most recent thing.
No.
Okay, well, so we still have the element of surprise, which is the most important thing.
I mean,
But yeah, no. We talk with her. Ideally, it ends with talking with her. I'll admit my opinion of her is not very high.
Since she caused all those people to
Yes,
die
since she caused all
walking
those
into
people
the-
to march to their deaths.
Yeah.
My opinion of her is not high in the slightest.
Okay,
So
I just wanted to know the general feeling from the party.
the general feeling for the part, I don't know about the rest of you, but I do not
Yeah.
like her.
Are we following Parcel's plan?
Well, I'd hope we don't follow my plan too closely, because depending on how this goes out, my plan might involve fucking killing her. But we'll see how that goes.
Oh, I'm definitely wanting to talk to her.
Yes, like I said, so we'll talk with her.
You
Ideally, it
sound-
will end with talking with her, and then we'll move on to the next part of the plan.
You sound really smug, Dive. Do you like? Is there something you haven't told us?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
I mean,
But I
that's
have-
just Dove's.
It is.
That's
the first
Dove's
time-
default tone.
Yeah, it's the first time that we've seen her after me fucking with her for like months, so it's gonna be fun to.
Wait, you've been. You kept that up
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
because I thought you were talking with like our kids.
Well, I have been. It's not every day.
Okay.
Mhm.
Wait, have you been foreshadowing us coming here?
Not that I know of.
So all in
Eshe
favor of
and
the
Maka?
tourist plan.
Honestly, this is me not being well suited for planning in the least, but I say we take a little time to take in the city. Do
Yeah.
our best to get the lay of the land here, see how she fits into it, and then see what would be our best move to confront her. Because whatever it ends up being, there will be a confrontation of some sort.
Yes.
Maka,
yes.
what do you think?
I believe that we should not begin our encounter with a confrontation this soon. I believe that it is a best priority for you, Nina, and Percival and Dive, and everyone who isn't me and has the ability to both investigate and talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
To do exactly that.
Yes,
Should-
do not interact with Mira. We want to know what the people think. We want to know what she's been doing. We want information and clues firsthand.
Should we have okay, so in case that this person actually is as spiteful and manipulative as we think she is, should we have a hidden party member who comes out and has the element of surprise?
He looks
It'd
at
be
you.
good.
You mean me, yes.
So, I mean, I
I mean,
figured-
it would be a good idea, yes, to have
She
is
her
met-
somewhere.
She has met all of you.
yeah.
I theoretically have not met her. He does air
It
quotes.
wouldn't hurt to have Maka in the wings,
Out of
so to
curiosity.
speak.
Did she meet Nina specifically?
You all like walked in and talked to her. You might have been in disguise.
You
I'm
were in
not-
disguise, actually. You were in disguise. I remember this.
I was in disguise.
Yeah, you were in. Oh, actually, however, you were in disguise, but she does know you because you did detective work for the theater, and you would have been around when she was there.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
does
she's probably
know you.
seen you. She's
He
probably
knows of
seen
you.
you. Whether or not she's met you is up for debate, but she's seen you.
Yeah, okay.
If that
She doesn't know you, but she knows of you.
if
Yeah,
that is
so
the
she,
case, then I should split
Me-
up.
yeah, I mean, yeah, honestly, I mean, we could have Maka be like our secret eyes in the city, who doesn't
Yeah.
ever get seen, and she only prepares for 4 of us, and maybe I could
She would
show up for a confrontation in disguise or something. I don't know.
She would prepare for 5 of us. She met Hanu, but simply, if she asks,
She
Hanu
would-
is dead.
She would prepare
she
for
meet
5,
Hanu?
but the 5th, yeah, she met Hanu.
Oh, I thought there was only 4 of us.
No.
She
She
actually,
would prepare for 5, but the 5th is not going to be the same person she is preparing for.
I think she might. I believe she met him. However, he might have been a little rascal and was just hiding in the rafters.
That makes sense.
I
But
think
either
that's
way-
what happened.
So yes,
even if
I
she had
guess
seen
we
him, I do not look like him.
split up, but don't
Oh.
split up too far. We don't want to spread out too much, but split up and do what we
So
do
while
best.
You are like, you're on the land where you're right near the docks. This place was like a, happening place last time you were here, but it is busy this time. Like people, like tourists, people.
Yep.
Interesting.
All right, peeps, strip your stuff. Let's go.
Oh, don't I always?
It's gonna
And Eshe,
straighten his tie and merge into the crowd.
Maka,
Eshe does, in fact, check her makeup.
goodbye, random strangers I've never met.
Bye.
As you walk, Pussy,
Mhm.
someone, you get, as you're walking, someone bumps into you, and you get the sense that it was on purpose. And you look, and it's a tall man. He's got like a well-to-do mustache that screams douchebag and goatee, and he's wearing armor that looks a lot like yours, but the shoulder pads could be described as satellite dishes.
Oh, he got the Warcraft armor.
Yes, yes. He looks at you, at your, in comparison, modest armor, and he says, "Plebeian," and he keeps walking.
Oh my!
Eshe just arches her eyebrows at that. That happened to Percival, correct?
Yes, Percival.
And
Because
she
Percival's
says,
the one that is most adventure chic.
Yep.
Yep.
I
My-
disagree.
My goodness. I'm offended, though I can't precisely explain why.
He just laughs it off and keeps on going.
Of course.
while not everyone is in adventure chic.
Actually, real
Yep.
fast.
Mm-hmm.
I've decided that the Kinto earrings now belong to Nina.
Thank
Nina,
you.
You feel a little guy wrap around the back of your head, hiding under your hair, into a pair of little earrings.
Thank you. Do you want a disguise marker?
No, I'll be fine.
Also, your token says honey.
Motherfucker.
Good catch.
Go
Okay.
on, though. Go on, Hannah,
Yeah.
sorry.
While not everyone is an adventure chic, it is clearly a design choice that people a fashion choice that people are making. And the living the living accessories are still a thing, and there are some people who are like combining the both of them. You find someone who is wearing like adventure chic of like leather panels with chainmail on them, but the chainmail seems to move in like almost as if it's alive and weird patterns. And when you look at them, some of them aren't chains; they're like caterpillars, but weirdly long, and they just kind of loop around the armor consistently.
Oh, that's such a good idea. She like does like a whistle, but it's a sound that is not heard, and she's just got a cool moment.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I feel like I should actually have Nina do a disguise.
Just do like a full body suit of armor.
I could do a full body suit of armor. if you
Actually,
want.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
say
fuck it.
you say that, and Kinto pops out of your hair from the earring shape, floats in front of you, and then wriggles a bit before poofing into what looks like a mohawk mane that like a armor helmet would have. Be like, huh. Basically, if you do like a helmet, he'll be your mohawk.
Beautiful.
Just a
Beautiful
bluish
baby.
purple mohawk out of clouds.
Yeah, fair enough. And you are. It is clear. That it's clear very quickly. You can tell they're gearing up for some kind of celebration.
Eshe will, ever the extrovert, ask people all about the celebration.
Yep,
Oh yeah. You are told
we are mingling.
you get. In fact, do you ask locals or the tourists about the celebration?
Both.
Both? So, you were told that this celebration is called The Gifted. And it is a celebration held yearly, where, long ago, like, during the time of the gods, when they were still gods, a random person was picked, or chosen by the seat of the power of the city, and then that person chose another one. And those two people were given everything they wanted. Their word was law. Except that they could not hand over the gifted to someone else, and they could not end the holiday early. Every desire was fulfilled, and then the two were mock married and sacrificed to the gods.
Okay.
While the sacrificial part has been left to the wayside in a long time ago, it is still tradition that a single person is randomly selected. They are the gifted, and then either they get to choose, or another person is randomly selected, and those two are the gifted. Their word is law, and it's a huge, massive celebration. Essentially, it's It's an excuse to party and have fun. It's common practice for the gifted to give back to the city, to throw massive feasts, let workers off for the day, and all kinds of like
Be
giving
real
back to the
rude if they
community.
didn't.
Yeah, well, yeah. But it's common practice. And someone brings up that last year, because the two still get mock married, but no one is like, they're actually married. People still talk about it, but they're not actually married. But one of the two last year asked the local priest to get married. They had to get married, and they got married to a mermaid.
Oh.
Oh.
And it was, and like half the town is like, yeah, they make a super cute couple. However, you're like, oh yeah, what church are they specifically? And it's one of the ones where they're not supposed to be married.
Ooh.
Whoopsie.
Whoops. Now, notably, some people say that it wasn't a real marriage. Because, it's part of the gifted celebration, right? It's not a real marriage. But some people are like, no, it was a real marriage. It was a totally real. They had a captain, like, do the officiate and everything. It was a real marriage. So,
How do I send something to you?
yeah, I noticed.
Now I want to be clear. This is Cassandra or Cass. What did I fucking name her?
Cassie.
Cassie. Yeah, that's Cassandra.
Sandra.
I didn't. Wasn't me. I didn't do it. Wasn't me.
Correct.
Thank you,
It
Cassandra.
wasn't you.
It was the other one.
It is,
Oh
Dental
God, is it
McQuince?
the other one? Is it that bitch?
It was the one that Percy gave life advice to.
I mean,
It was,
we did that
Den-
recently. I don't think it's been a year.
Dental McQuint is the local priest, and they got married to Corey. Dark blue skin with pitch black eyes, but very pretty.
Mm.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah. You don't know Dental's opinion on this matter. You don't get to talk to them right now. But yeah, welcome to the celebration. Everyone has come to, a bunch of people have come to town to like make the one in a lifetime chance being the gifted.
Mm.
That makes
Wow, how
perfect sense.
fortuitous that we came this time. Also,
And
I see
how-
that. Hold on.
In what manner is someone randomly chosen?
It has become a tradition that the previous year's gifted choose a new form of randomization.
Fair enough. But couldn't that potentially cause a thing where they... How many forms of randomization can there possibly be?
Oh, so like you ask, and some of them have like, oh yeah, last year it was a rock paper scissors contest until there was only one person remaining.
That does sound quite random. Yes. Okay. I'll make
Yeah.
sense.
1 year was a lotto drawing. But it's a lot of like weird random, like there was one where it was like everyone stands in the center of town in like 4 big drawn circles, and one of them spins around a lot until they stop spinning, and when whichever circle they're facing is out until there's only one person left.
That sounds like it would take a while.
Dive's gonna be a piece of shit like Dive usually
Yeah.
is.
That person said they regretted it within three spins.
No shit.
Dive's gonna be the usual shit she usually is, and she says,
Well, Eshi, I'm going to be the gifted this year.
You joke, but I honestly wouldn't rule that out.
Yeah, I'm not really joking. Just you wait.
There's they did one where the person that did it that year was the town baker. So they made like 100 cakes and hid, or like 100 cupcakes or something like that. Enough cupcakes to feed the entire town, and one of them had the secret piece. And if you got the secret piece, you were the gifted.
Hmm.
And everyone only got one.
So who was the gifted last year?
The priest and the mermaid, right? Or was that?
No, they won. The gifted said dental has to marry somebody.
Okay.
The one of the gifted was, and they don't tell you his name exactly, but they say, yes, the last year's gifted, the Arch Clown of Canterberg.
Do we know who that is?
No, you never heard of. Oh, actually, you have. You've met them once before. You've seen them once before. The Arch Clown of Canterberg is a circus clown / ringmaster who has a troupe of. Sorry, what?
Didn't I perform with them?
Yes, you did. You did. They have a group of miniature owlbears who tumble and do acrobatics, and roll around. He puts on shows for people in lines and often gets paid by whoever's, whoever has the long line, right? He was one of the gifted last year. And I don't have the name for the other one.
That's okay.
Dive's gonna go.
And notably, sometimes it's, one person randomly chosen, and then they choose another one, or two people are randomly chosen. It's kind of up to last year's gifted.
Yep. I don't suppose.
Is he in this town today? I want to go talk.
Oh
to
yeah.
him.
Yeah. You can go. Yeah, you can go off and find him. He's oh boy, where is he? He's somewhere in town. I don't know where. But you can go off and like look for him. You can do it.
I'm untrained in performance. That doesn't sound right. Damn. I'm trained in stealth. Why am I trained in stealth and not performance? The last time I saw him, he was over here.
Yeah, he usually hangs out in the places like when long lines form to get into the theaters and long lines form in other places. That's usually where he can be found. Because he's either hired by or just performing for those people.
Yeah, Dive goes and looks for the arch clown.
The arch clown of Canterberg. Yeah, sure, you can go off and find him. What is everyone else doing?
That was honestly Eshe's thought, but if Dive's got that handled, Eshe's gonna casually have a look around the theater district and see if she can spot Mira.
Ellen has been desperately making a token work.
I'm just gonna go into the settings and enable the gallery when this game is over. Anyway, I got a new Nina token to work. For Arma Nina.
Mira is, you ask around, Mira is is probably at the theater, working, they're currently working on their next production.
If going into the theater isn't like a faux pas or anything, Eshe is going to... Sorry, go on.
I thought we were going to not confront her yet. I'm just gonna ask around for a bit.
That's fair. Eshe was she wasn't really intending to confront her, just see her and
Observe.
and
The
I'm
only
if,
okay
thing
with that as
I'm
long as you
think-
don't walk up and talk to her.
Yeah, as long as you're like not seen by her, because
Oh, if
she
it's
knows
not
you and she knows that you're with us, and that's probably
okay,
gonna
if you don't
lead
want
some
her seen,
confrontation.
then that'll be something that Eshe needs to not do. So she'll not do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just because I think that if Mira knows that we're here, it's gonna be on site.
That's not
Um,
unreasonable. No, yeah.
I think the even going in there is gonna be it's like the final boss prompt of you cannot return beyond this point.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. All right. Is there anything else you're doing instead?
Sorry, Eli.
No, that's reasonable. Nothing comes immediately to mind. Eshe is just going to be her usual congenial self and bother people.
All right, fair enough. Pussy, is there anything you're doing?
It's just go around schmoozing. Normally, with in other places with like the more common folk, I guess that the easiest way to gather up a group of people, go to the pub, buy a few rounds, boom, you're in. Not so much here, so he's gone to the more high society one where he's just started rubbing elbows, making connections, talking, just being his usual, good-natured person. Yeah, good-natured, charming self. If they ever like question, like your outfit, or it's like, yeah, well, it might not be as flashy as others from just the sight alone, but I can't show all my tricks at once, can I?
Ooh,
Gotta
that's
have some.
fun.
Gotta have some secrets.
Good answer.
Yeah. People ask you where you got your who did your outfit. Who are you wearing? Yeah.
We
from-
actually know the answer to that.
Yeah, it's form and function because his armor kind of looks like looks like a tuxedo suit.
Mhm.
So he'll just like it's form and function because it may look like a normal suit, and then he will just like bang on his torso, be like metal.
Eshe will also be happy to demonstrate the many armored layers within her many-layered dress.
And his suave
What?
cape and his sophisticated goggles.
Yes.
Alright, Mako, what are you doing?
He broke away from the party. He was expecting it to be a bit harder, and then like a crowd swept by, and he was like, "Oh, that was easy." So he like walked to like a separate path that they were taking. He was just, again, he's walking. He's got his new staff with the "Listen to Me" stick cap on it. He just has it slung over his shoulders as he's just casually walking through town. If at any point it gets annoying to walk, he steps out of the crowd, pulls his staff, bonks it against the ground twice to summon a small cloud in which he hops on top of and just floats above the crowd casually.
Well,
And he's just looking around,
Okay.
keeping an eye out, listening to people, and looking to just kind of find a good place to set up.
Okay. And Nino, what are you doing?
I am going to start a new investigation. And I'm going. Well, technically, Nina would have done this before we arrived, but I'm gonna start an investigation, and I'm going to. I mean, we wanna get the vibe, so I'm gonna try and like get the vibe is the thing. Like, I'm gonna try and get familiar enough with this place in general, such that I could be streetwise here. You know?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Alright, so, that's what you're doing. Fair enough. So, Dive. You're looking for the Archclown of Canterburg. He is... okay, so where's a line? Oh boy, I didn't think about this. I didn't think the Archclown of Canterburg would be a go-to here. Give me a second.
It's okay.
You'd be
take
doing
your
a
time.
show for a line, but what is... You know what? Someone give me a suggestion. What's a promotional event that someone is putting on for all the tourists that are coming to town?
Everyone is
Today's
selling good luck charms.
Yes.
Knickknacks.
Yes. But it
The
needs to
little
be a thing
knickknacks.
that a lot... You know what? Yeah.
Or like a tour service.
I was gonna
So-
suggest something, but
Sorry.
Yes.
oh no, but I didn't have time to think of anything.
Oh, okay. I have something.
Mm-hmm.
You find him performing in front of a crowd of people, a series of like wooden benches have been set up, and there is a line of rotisserie spits been set up, and each one of them have like half a dozen large fowls on them, and someone is turning them, and people can come up and purchase like parts of them or them in their entirety, and then sit down and watch as the tumbling performance of the miniature owlbears are going. He's like, put up, like, he has rings, and he's like, he has a little like baton where he's like directing the tumbling owlbears. He has a ring that they're like tumbling through, and when I say tumbling, I mean they're tumbling like pandas.
That is a vivid image.
Okay, so the thing I was gonna say is that blend into the city, become blue. Permanently.
Blue.
You're blue now.
They're
That's
blue
my
now.
attack.
So
You're blue now. That's your attack.
So Dive now, not only can she also perform, but she can get Moment to do things as well.
Excellent.
So she's just gonna try and find maybe like a lull, or when like none of the owlbears are doing it, and
Or the
then
Mao.
God damn it, Ellen. You disgust me.
and then like Moment is going to dive through the hoop, and Dive is just going to walk up, like appear next to the clown and do a flamboyant bow, like she is introducing herself.
Excellent.
Yeah. Okay. You you do this bow. Make me a diplomacy check first.
A sigh of relief. I would like to bond Mart, not bond Mart. I'd like to Nanite Surge.
Sure.
As this literal radiant woman approaches. Pretty good.
Yeah, okay. So, The arch clown does not immediately kick you off of his like area of performance.
Good.
Now you may roll. What are you doing? And then roll me a performance.
Well, with her new power, she's just gonna sort of juggle, and in reality, she's just gonna like be like balancing things around her in the air.
Amazing.
Ah, I see. Okay,
sorry,
roll me a
that's
performance
deception.
check.
Would that not be deception? I'm
No, it'd
tricking.
be a performance check.
Oh no! I
No,
have
it'd be a
to.
performance check. I'm
Unless
sorry.
you have a feat that lets you use deception instead.
I'm rerolling that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So can't you do that thing where you can pretend you're trained in it?
Can I?
Oh right, yeah, you have the Whispers of Remembrance.
Oh yeah, I'd like to do that then.
So it would become 2 plus 9, 11 plus 6. So it would be 27 in total.
Jesus. Yeah, the Masters of Old guide your hand for any one roll made in the next 10 minutes. You become trained in the use of any one thing you can become trained in. You do not hear or feel the spirits that surround you, but you know them to be there. This can be used on rolls used during long-term projects or activities such as downtime and exploration. Right, so you do this, becomes a total of what now?
27.
27. Okay, yeah, so you...
Did she have a +2 from somewhere?
Trained is plus 2
What?
plus level 9, 11 plus 16, 27.
Ooh, 11. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
So, yeah, you start juggling. What are you juggling?
What do I have? Give me a second. Let me look through my inventory. Oh, saw blades.
Yes.
You start
Good
juggling
answer.
saw blades, and you're
Why do you have
juggling
saw
them
blades?
from the snake in the metal plane. It's made of
I'm
saw
glad
blades.
you remember that.
Fair enough.
I remember, yeah. So they're like a couple of inches across. So they're not like massive saw blades, but like you know, you're juggling a bunch of them, but they like get caught. They're small enough to get caught in your like in this orbit we said you now have. And they start to float around, so you start juggling them, and then you like almost drop one, but it gets caught by the gravitational pull and like just gets swept up and just starts to float around you, and then you keep juggling. So you like end up like
Amazing.
juggling a bunch of them, and they land in your thing, and they float around you. And as they float around you, all the way around you, you finally pick them back up and like rejoin the juggle. So yeah, you do it.
You know those like planetary thingies? Where like it's like a globe with the rings that are going like around you in two different ways.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
It's literally that but with saw blades.
Incredible.
Yeah.
It's orbiting and then it's circling above. It's very funny.
So, yeah, you put on this performance. People are clapping and having a good time while they're eating their fowl. And you, you just kind of you do this. You don't get paid for this,
Mhm.
but you do put on a show, and they love it. And you've given the miniature owlbears a much needed break.
Good.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Hada, can you advance time by the amount of time it took to get from the first day on the Luminarius to now?
Good idea, actually. I'll keep track of that.
Sure. Yeah, that should be enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So after the show, the dive goes over to the clown and like sort of grabs the hand and then does like they just do like a bow to the crowd. And after the crowd has left, Dive is just like,
Good to see you. Yeah.
He doesn't say anything. He just takes off his top hat, rolls it down his arm, and bows to you. And inside of the top hat, and he angles it that so you can see, is another miniature owlbear who tumbles out.
Oh.
That's a
Cool.
very miniature owlbear.
Yeah, it's clearly the young one.
So, a little birdie told me that you were the gifted last year.
I'm making a decision right now. The Orc Clown of Canterbury does not speak. They only perform. So they make the most dramatic me motion that they can. And then it's like, maybe. And then they produce you don't know where they produce it, but they produce a tiny bird. Like, it's not a real bird, it's a tiny bird. And they, like, almost as if they're listening to it, and then they gesture towards you with a question mark. Like a raised eyebrow, like,
Well, it was a bit bigger than that, but you get the point.
she
You don't know where he produced it, but he produces one of the birds that they've been roasting on the spits.
Dive does a trick on her own, and she does her sits cross-legged in mid-air like Peter Pan. And she goes,
Well, I heard that the gifted of last year gets to pick what happens in the choosing this year. Is that true?
He steeples his hands together like a maniacal villain, and he laughs maniacally, but it's all mute.
He's a mime.
Dive does the same. No, not Chuckles. It's so mean. And Dive says,
Oh, so you do have an idea.
Nods. Produces a large blue scroll and begins to unfurl it for you, and then snaps it back closed, like, ah!
Ah, you got me. Guess I'll just have to wait and see.
He looks around. He looks around like no one's paying attention. This is in front of the entire fucking crowd. And then puts a finger to his lips, and then motions for you to lean in.
Dive leans in. She knows what's about
And
to
he
happen.
he starts to he literally goes in your ear. But it looks like there's a real conversation, but the entire crowd is leaning in to try and hear.
Wow, how bold of you.
You realize, as everyone looks at you, they're going to be asking you questions.
Good.
He's just made you a target.
Good. It's very fun.
He then,
Wow.
proceeds to nod. He proceeds to nod, and then he backflip isn't the right word. He essentially folds himself in half backwards and then unfolds
I know what you mean.
himself and
I
does
know
that
what you mean.
3 or 4 times.
Mhm.
Yeah. He does that
Handspring,
3
I
4
think
times in
that's
rapid
called it.
succession. Angle. Yes, but it's sorry, a what?
Handspring or backwards handspring.
Handspring.
Hmm.
Yes, backwards handspring. And then he does a forward handspring at a slightly different angle. And he does so, and he ends up behind a curtain that has been placed up so the owlbears can be behind for the next set, or he can. And now it's just you in this crowd, and everyone's staring at you, waiting for you to tell them.
Well, I'm sure that's very interesting for all the ladies and gentlemen in the crowd. It shouldn't be too long now, folks, before you find out what our wonderful clown's decision is.
Oh, how cruel.
She says with a big shit-eating grin.
And if you didn't catch what he said, and then you just repeat the entire thing.
You just mind back everything.
You just mind back the entire conversation.
No, because then it gives it away. And some people would just catch on, be like, "Wait a minute, she's talking bullshit."
Yeah. I hope you know for the until it is revealed, people are gonna be asking you what the method is. Because
Don't worry, Dive's gonna tell them. Each and every one
yeah.
a different answer.
Yeah, so yeah, different. Yeah, because they're all 100% people trying to game the system to get the thing. They're
I mean,
100%
it's literally
is
what
people
Dive
telling.
went there to do.
Yeah. And he knows that, so he made it
He's
your
not gonna help
problem.
you.
Yeah, he
So-
made it your problem.
The thing is, and I don't know if the clown picked up on it, is that Dive is fully willing to make it worse and to increase the chaos and to make it funner.
He gets that vibe from you. He knows a performer who likes to cause chaos when he meets one. Game recognized game.
I was
However-
about to
Recognize
say.
this game.
However,
Worth
he
noting,
has a plan.
Mhm.
Maka has decided the crowds are annoying and has flown up into the sky and perched on one of these tall towers. And he's just kind of looking down and sees a giant crowd and circus nonsense and has just been watching.
And then you see Dive.
Yep. Just so everyone knows that if you pay attention to the skies, there's Batman up there somewhere.
Yep.
Monkey Man.
Dive actually does sort of manage to extricate herself, and then she just says, she doesn't go behind the curtain, but she says from behind the curtain, "I actually did have a question to ask you, serious style, about Mira."
Put your hand to his ear.
Dive says, has she said, or has she been saying or doing anything recently? Has she been acting any differently?
Make say he enters the thinker pose. Taps his lips a little bit as he's thinking. Kind of does the so hand motion.
I see. I'm guessing there's been no more of that great production she keeps running, is there?
Oh, he nods.
Yeah.
He nods and then like puts his hands above, like makes like an O shape with his like puts his hands above his head to make an O shape with his body, and then like he does the ballerina like one-legged stand, and you don't see how, but he just spins in place. Like there's no like momentum to it. He just starts spinning, and ballerina somehow.
Oh, so she's been making a ballet. Interesting.
Maybe we want to ask
Nods.
someone else about this.
No, don't worry. My Dive speaks silly buggers. It's fine.
I would appreciate and love
he,
this guy.
he is in fact a silly bugger.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad you enjoy him. I enjoyed him too.
Yeah, so it's just like.
What are you talking about, Ellen?
The camouflage, the greater camouflage die does not allows you to hide and sneak without cover concealment for 1 minute, and does not go away if you take offensive actions.
Cool. Thank you.
There's a lesser version that's 10 minutes instead of 1 minute, but goes away if you take offensive actions.
Makes sense.
That's useful. Thank you.
Would you like the greater or lesser version?
I'll take the greater.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
And Dive, before she makes her leave, she says,
And I have one more thing to ask.
One more thing.
He does the hand. He does the hand to the ear thing again of like I'm listening, but he puts up a single finger.
Mm-hmm.
Like one more thing.
Mm-hmm. Do you want one of these saw blades? If you want, I will even sign it for you.
she says with a shit-eating grin.
He makes the like the hand to chest like
Yes.
and he's like for me.
Wait, is this the guy that made the priest marry a mermaid?
Recharge.
You have no idea. You don't know which one made him do it, but it might have been.
Just how did he convey it? How
That's an excellent question.
did he do like a
Points
fish
to the
mine
priest,
and then
points
do, like,
to the
hip
mum.
thrusts? Like
Points to the priest, points to the mermaid, pulls up wedding bells. You'll sign it, and he is like, he takes it, and he pops it into the band of his top hat.
Wow.
Wonderful.
dangerous.
From
She
one
does a
performer
deep
to another.
bow.
I hope we see each other again.
He mimics the bow, and you get this. He doesn't say it. He can't say it, and there's no way for me mentally for me to mime it. But he's like, "Yeah, I will see you later."
It's the legend of
I'm sure there's a way to
Florence,
mime it, I just
except
can't
with
think of
big smiles on their faces.
Yeah.
I just imagine that he does an overacted wink. Like he just like nod, overacted wink as Dive leaves, because they're gonna see each other again. Dive's gonna go for this gifted position.
Yeah.
And Dive's gonna leave.
Yeah, perfect. You head off. And such a silly little man. I think this is a great place to leave it off for the night.
I'm happy
Okay.
with that.
Mhm. Sounds good.
Yeah, so am I.
It's so glad to be back, guys. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you all
We're
so
glad
much
we
for
could
playing
provide you
with me.
with this dopamine.
Thank
Yes.
you.
And thank you, Hatter, so much for GMing. Thank you, Zero, so much for streaming and ratting. You are all fantastic to play with, as always.
Yeah. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
I would like to thank all of my players for playing with me. I hope y'all had fun.
Yes.
It's good to be back.
Yes.
I should ask, is this going to be a consistent back, or is it just back for today and then we're still playing it by ear?
I'd say it's a pretty consistent back. I'm in a new place and have a
This is
computer now, so yeah.
Yay!
I'm glad that's the case.
All right then. Yeah. All right then. Thank you all so much for joining us. I would like to thank Zero for chat writing. I would like to thank all of my players for playing, and all of you, all the new faces and all the old faces and all the friends and all the strangers that are yet to become our friends, and those in the future with your time machines. Thank you as well. And until next time, don't forget to spread the weird with Faust. Good night, everybody.
Good
night.
night.
Bye-bye.